Whoa! Hello. We all made it? Good night, Danny. Thanks for stopping by. Sleep well. Okay. Oh, we gotta get back in this nonsense, I guess. I'm so ready to be completely and utterly humbled by this again. Is this a no Genshin stream? We'll be playing Genshin at the end of the stream. It'll be around the same time you were popping in yesterday. Hey, Akira! Okay, so... this is annoying. Just a tad bit. I don't like that I'm going back in here. That just got ejected to the next dimension! If I donated for Genshin, would you play Genshin? Dude, yes. Yes, I would. Okay, this time I have my finger there so it doesn't run away. Okay, those are going to the side. Now this thing has no shoulder buttons anymore. And gotta remember to take those out before I try to snap this thing apart. Oy, oy, oy. The pieces are gonna be everywhere. I don't actually remember if... it probably does. Why is Mom stopping me? He's finally figured it out. It finally happened. One thing I noticed about this shell when I had to open it earlier being like a few weeks ago, because my battery was not set in place completely, I noticed that it is really easy to damage the very corner of this, which is not ideal. Not ideal at all. And now it should just pop out. Pop, pop, pop out. Yes. Didn't break anything new, did I? Because I broke this the first time. I never want that to happen again. I think we're in the clear. How's everybody doing? What mod are you doing this time to the controller? So, the thing that I am doing is... the buttons on a PlayStation 5 controller are just... they're... kinda... they're soft and a little bit springy. But, like, if you were trying to be offensive, you would call it mushy. I'm going to be replacing this set of face buttons here with these. And if you look closely, I'm going to try to get the focus on this correct, so you can see it really, really up close. I'm going to go up. If you look at it, it's actually got these, like, mechanical buttons, and these click. But the big downside here is it's not exactly going to be an easy and simple process. It's basically a slightly dumbed down version of the full shell swap. The devastating part is that all in all, we have to tear this thing completely down because this is going to be at the very front of the controller, and this front part here is the last part you get access to. And one thing I'm really scared of this time is I'm going to forget which screws go where. So as a way to like ground myself, because I don't have like one of those magnetic boards that you can label, I just have this, and I can only do so much with this organization. I'm going to try my best to follow along with the video, and if I have to go back and look at the deconstruction process, I'll have a reference right here that shows what's up, and I can also see where I've put it on this. Yeah, we've done this already, bro. Okay, yeah. We have to take out this little bit here, which is fine. I should probably use something a little bit softer than that. Or I could just use my fingers. Fingers work every time. I'm just gonna put those back. I will probably use a different set of tweezers later on. But hopefully, since I've done this before a couple times now, taking it apart, I should, in theory, be able to get this done a little bit faster. Just a teensy bit faster. And these are just little itty-bitty Phillips screws, right? So for this first layer, oh, is this one actually too small? I feel like it might be the case. Let's go one up. Okay. I think I can manage this. We'll get it on an odd number. And we do have some different colored screws to keep us grounded here. Except this guy doesn't want to come out. Hello? May I ask why? This one came out very politely. There we go. But what has everybody else been up to today? And this one goes in the middle. And then I genuinely don't remember how I organized this last time. So I'm hoping this is a fine plan. You're gonna AP the Master of Tokyo teddy bear? Dude, best of skill. Not luck. We don't need luck for Project Sekai. Best of skill. Okay. And so that should be all of these screws. And then to take this back part off, I will have to take off the screws for the shoulder here as well. And we'll just put those up top. And when I reassemble this, I gotta be really careful. I know I struggled with this both times that I've taken this apart. It is actually exceptionally easy to get the angle incorrect. And if I am too forceful with it, inadvertently threading some new stuff we don't need. And then potentially damaging this shell a lot. You should be on too hot to handle. I don't know what that is, though. This should just pop right off at this point. But I'm a little bit scared to try to force anything. Come on. There we go. Get off. Dude, are you serious right now? I'm asking you so politely. You broke it! I mean, we might, Lyra. We just might. How are you? How was your stream? Also, Silver, can we get a shout out for Lyra, please? Now, some of this stuff we don't actually need to take off, like the trigger buttons. So we'll have to reference the video bit by bit here. What in tarnation? Wait, do I not have to? There's no way. Wait. What are they holding that there for? Yo, they do not fall out like that. Doing good, so much grinding, but 5 more levels for Uriel. Just doing dishes and laundry for now as Flilo grabs me pet pizza. Dude, it sounds like a festive time. I think I'm gonna have pizza tonight as well. No, we don't need that. Okay. We're back on this, so we're gonna disconnect the rumble. We're gonna disconnect the rumble. Okay. Maybe don't grab it from that angle. One really bad slip up there, and I could have... potentially could have ripped the cable, or, like, cut it with these sharp tweezers. Okay, cool, they're free. They're free. It would have been so sad. Okay, and we're gonna undo these as well. Now, I never actually acknowledged the existence of these non-angled tweezers, and I'm really gonna respect it this time. Oh, that was so easy. Oh, it's so easy when you have the angle going for you. And then you also want me to take out the microphone ribbon cable? Oh, what did I just grab? Okay, that's one out. And then this side too, yeah? Oh, you really gotta get in there. I do not remember it being that crazy. Sweet. This needs to go somewhere I won't lose it, like underneath my keyboard. Got that Fanta in my system! Got that Fanta in my system! We cannot start that. Wait, what? Which screws? Oh, we do. We do have to take them out. Ah! Unbelievable. It'll be fine under the keyboard. I'm trusting you, Lyra, even though you have nothing to do with this. Okay, so we need to take out the rumble. And if I can keep this together in a nice way, I might be able to actually just keep the screws with the module, perhaps? Or perhaps not. I really don't know what to do with this. Dishes time because you don't want to get your phone wet? No problem. No problem. Get that stuff done. Whoa. Okay. There's actually 3 on each side here that we have to take off. I am going to abide by that. This is a brilliant plan. It's like these spots were made for it. Okay, now the trigger is about to fall out into our lap. Ah, ribbon cable! How could he be so stupid? I don't think these have locking mechanisms, so I think we should just be able to... be able to get in here and like kind of yank it. Yeah. And then I want to maintain those original folds. Is this another clear case escapade or something prettier? We're not changing the aesthetics this time, Sleepy. I'm going to be replacing a part in this controller with this, which has little mechanisms for clicky buttons. So the D-pad and the face buttons will be more like mouse clicks once we're done with this. Does it make it so you can hit the D-pad on multiple points now? No, it should still pivot. I actually, Silver, if you remember on Discord, that one day that I was messing with that teal controller that I had, I was specifically trying to make it so I couldn't press multiple buttons except for 2 adjacent ones for diagonals. I don't want to be able to hit the left and right at the same time or anything like that. Really want to maintain those folds. I will not be trying to recreate those. The watch tan line goes crazy. Oh my gosh, man. Don't even... It's... It's stupid. It's so bad. Maybe I should put a watch on to make it less noticeable. Ah, yes, video. Tell me that I need to rotate counterclockwise. That's a great idea. And then I'm gonna yoink my old tape out. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't pay attention to the video for 2 seconds, and they're like, I know I'm ahead of them, but they're also ahead of me in a way. You have very attractive hands. I wish that were like super true. One thing I'll say is, my bouldering wounds. One thing I will say about my hands is that my mannerisms are not exactly entirely how I would like them to be. So this is like a hyper specific thing about hands. So some people can like grip things like this all the time, and I'm really jealous because this is a way, like, probably a better way to grab things, except I can't do that. I cannot do that at all. I grab shit like this, and it, like, makes my thumb go flat. It is super unattractive. Super fucking unattractive. Why the Band-Aid? Oh, I accidentally took a chunk out of my skin. Holy smokes. What do you mean? One underneath the battery cover and these 2 right here. I could put them right here up top. Just as long as we do this intentionally and I remember where these go, everything will be fine. Can't be breaking my necklace like that? What does that mean, dude? The words you're speaking, they don't make any sense. Can we just lift this off now? Probably not. Oh, we can. Oh, we can. Okay, we're almost in. We're like actually almost in. I don't know. I'm not a knower. So once we get to the halfway point here, we should have the mod, like, in place already. And then it'll just be the reassembly. I'm as deep as I can go, bro. There's not many more layers here. They suggest using tape to pull that out? What? It's got a grabby thing. Silly. Silly. And then, why are you unplugging that now? This order of operations is just a little bit weird. And it lifts out just like that. And then I do know that I'll want to undo this part. Oh my gosh, there's 3 more screws! This is unbelievable. I cannot keep going on like this. There's so many. There's so many. Oh my gosh. I'll put these ones on top again. And we'll, since this is a pretty, all things considered, this will be a step that we do again to put the controller back together, like fairly soon. I will be not concerned about the placement of these ones. I'll just remember we go top down. Top down on the screws that are in the middle of my tray. Spoiler alert, he did not remember that. Thank you for the hydrate, Sleepy. Do you have any input on how to go about putting stickers on a phone case? Do you have a clear phone case? Because if so, my actual 100% foolproof recommendation for you is actually to put the stickers on the inside of the case. I tipped it upside down, and some things fell out. I don't remember the orientation of this, unfortunately, but we're not gonna freak out again. I don't think I have to mess with anything here aside from the membranes, so I think we're good on that front. Did you get everything that fell? I think so. I think I did. The PlayStation button. You PlayStation button, you just stay in place. Modding a controller IC? Yes. We are going to be replacing these conductive pads for this mechanical variation. And then while we're waiting for this dude to unscrew all of these, I'm gonna dig into the new membranes. Dude, how many are there? Why'd they give you 2? Well, I guess now the question is which ones are which. Yeah, take him out. I get it. I get it, dude. In case you mess up and break something, if you tear these, that is like a massive skill issue. Okay, so this one goes on this side. Dude, are you serious right now? Come on, get in there. And I'll actually be curious to look in a second here how these membranes differ. Oh, and I just said I wanted to compare them. Oh, they're shallower. Just ever so slightly. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna put these back in the bag. Along with the originals. And I should be able to tell, the black part is supposed to be conductive. So there's no way I mistake that later on. If you break the membranes, you are strong? I mean, I find it inconceivable that you would break them. Because, like, you'd have to go out of your way to, like, rip them apart. Okay, we should be done with this, so set it aside. I think we'll go into replacing this now. Hot springs? Aw, shit! That means there's a spring big chillin' somewhere. Ah! Did you see that thing just jump away? It's almost like that sort of spring does, but still. What the hell? Alright. It's time to go investigating down here. Hey! Have you seen any screws? You know? That's real unfortunate. But you know what they say? Who needs screws? I've got some more right here. Is it under the keyboard? I don't think so. It should be on my floor somewhere. But those are really small. And I mean, they're dark, but really small. Or perhaps it's... One of the screws was already just big chillin'. Still in the case. But I don't think that's the case. There it is! I found it! Oh, come on, man! Gently slide it in. Yeah, okay. We're not gonna forget that those are there. My bad, my bad. At least we didn't need to use the emergency screws. Now watch them remove it? No, no, no. It's all good. Alright. Now... Do I want to do this by hand? Because I don't think I can get a grip. Yeah, let's find a way under, perhaps. There's a little lip there. Yes! Okay, now we should be able to do this by hand. Aw, bro, please. Work with me here! Oh, how do you do it? If you're forceful with it, I'm gonna fight you. Yeah, there's not that much resistance, bro. Like, it's not that deep. But still. Oh. How? With finesse. With finesse. Here's the old one. It's literally just like, there's nothing here except the conductive bits, which are also a little bit worn out. I'm kind of proud of myself. Look at you go, gamer. It's like you used the controller or something. Okay. And then how do they... We'll want to kind of bend this a little bit. Where's the opening here? Holy smokes, it like doesn't exist. Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, we are so in this. When did you last hydrate? 10 minutes ago. Just got a call from a number that starts with 1234 as the first 4 numbers in it. That's weird. Did you take the call? Or did we ignore it? Okay, this might not be possible without... Ooh. That was scary. That was scary. Like, actually. That was terrifying. Now, does this... It does. It does. Okay. We gotta, like... This music does not match the mood. Let's reverse this part, if possible. this part, like, kinda comes under and locks itself in. And perhaps I should have done that first. Perhaps. The real hard part here is that they don't give you any... They don't give you something to latch onto to get leverage to pull this thing back off. Oh, this is a personal request right now, man. You gotta work with me here. Yes. Now you've got it! It gets the thumbs up. And that actually made putting this on way easier as well. I'm gonna sound real dumb, I just noticed the constellation on your PNG tuber shirt. Which is that? It is Eula's constellation. Actually, not many people ask about that. You're like... You're a knower. You're in on the secret now. Okay. It's in place. Should've... This took way longer than it should have. Oh, thank you. I was muted. Wait, does that mean you didn't hear me yap about my biscuits or jelly or anything? No! I had biscuits and jelly. I had like a grape jam, and it was a natural one, not one made with like high fructose corn syrup or something. I think Remington gave it to me a while back. My biscuits? Didn't something fall out when you lifted that up? What do you mean? The springs? They should still be there. We'll do a double check. Just for you. Yeah, our 2 springs are still in there. And then this part right here, the mute button for the microphone, we can just slot it in, I believe. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what? We're using the long screws. Yeah, we're using the long screws. And just making sure we're putting them right back here. Where did this middle screw go again? I'm sure they'll get to it. Ah! Whoa! Whoa! What? Why did you go that fast? I get it. I get it. I get it. But chill. I'm trying really hard not to make new threads and just use the ones that I put in initially. Oh, wait. They just keep you on your toes. True. Okay. So, oh, you totally can. You can hit all 5 at the same time, or all 4 at the same time, but honestly, this D-pad is big enough, and it has fine enough pivot that I don't think it'll be a problem, especially since you can't actually, there's nothing in the middle for you to press. Here, I'll give you guys a nice listen of what this controller sounds like. We're gonna turn off that. You'll hear my, unfortunately, you'll hear my air conditioner, but I think we should be fine. We should be fine. Get a little turn up. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Do it with the mic at your face? Huh? What does my face have to do with this? Oh, it's push-up time. Wait, my floor is dirty. Wait, I'm not ready. Oh my gosh, hold on. The light isn't on. I didn't set up the camera. I'm freaking out right now. SMH my head, he wasn't ready. Dirty room reveal. No, no, don't look. My backpack is on the floor. That's like it. But it has my clothes in it. Oh, there's also a box and my Polaroid camera and my fanny pack. Everything's on the floor. Wow, what a slacker. Yeah, okay, I'm ready. I'm so ready. What are we, huh? What happened? The box? That's something that I'm selling right now for a friend. I gotta have it ready to get shipped out. I see that McDonald's next to the TV. That's not McDonald's, that's WickDonald's. There's a big difference. It's a keepsake. It's not dirty. I'll prove it. Look. It's just the packaging, man. It's just the packaging. I swear on it. I just think it's cool. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes, the mute switch. Wait, so this side up, and it just slots back in. And then we're gonna put the PCB back on. And before I actually lock it in, no, never mind. We'll just lock it in. Wait, how do we? Uh-oh. There we go. He's done it. And then we'll get this ribbon cable back inside. Easy peasy. You just missed out on the sauce? I have one. Lyra, this is just for you. The Holy Grail. The WickDonald's sauce. In all of its glory. Look at that sheen. Oh, yes! Carrier pigeon, please? I got you. I so got you. It'll be there in a few hours. I had the BTS sauce, but I didn't save any of the BTS stuff. I was in a very cursed tourist trap town that's like 4 hours away. So where was I gonna keep it, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've had a catastrophe. I did not take into account. Get out. Get out. I just crimped one of the ribbon cables. It doesn't look like it was bad, but I totally crushed it. I think it had space to wiggle around in there, though. Yeah, this ribbon cable right here, this orange one, was underneath the motherboard, or the PCB. But we're okay now. We made a recovery. I got lost in the sauce, as they would say. And this one's on the closest. Oh, bro, please. It was so much easier taking it out than putting it in. Can you really blame me, though? The McDonald's thing was really one of the coolest things ever. It can only be topped by the Yu-Gi-Oh! And Sanrio collaboration. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sanrio, so you can have, like, a Blue Eyes Hello Kitty, basically. Really? That was the process we took? We're just gonna slap this back on. And reattach the screws? Yeah, no shit. Sounds like a nightmare? No, they're really cute. There's a pom-pom pudding, I think is Exodia, which is amazing. See, that, I think that's one step too far in the corporate realm, because that would involve so many companies at that point. There'd be so many. You would have Sega, Krypton, the Sanrio, right? As well as McDonald's. Wait, no, not McDonald's. Just those three. I had McDonald's on the mind. 3 is like, that's adding so many more steps to the whole process. Dude, they just keep skipping over it. Like they're lucky I'm a knower. Okay. This last screw for the step is in. Give me 1 second. An hour has passed. I gotta run some ads really quick. So, be a little bit patient with me. 3 minutes is all I ask, and then we're gonna get back to reassembling this baby and getting some clicky gaming. Pizza! Mods! Do your duty. Make a poll. But yeah, we play Star Rail, we play Persona, play Genshin, The Binding of Isaac. Sometimes I play Project Sekai now. I used to do it every day, but I've recently cut down on that a little bit. Started my board collecting phase where I go around and collect stuff like the readables and music discs. I kind of berate myself for not collecting those. Like, actually. Okay, so we just put the screw in, and the screw, and the screw. And so now we are putting cables back in. Oh dear. This one's a doozy, man. This one's a doozy. Okay, wait. Let's get a grip on it. Thread it and lock it. Thread it and lock it. Get that baby in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Genshin seems to be pulling through. So, hell no, Persona not today. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed, but can't complain about being able to do more stuff in Genshin and getting caught up. Sweet. I don't even know what Persona is. Whoa. It's a good one. Double vote on Genshin, please. Oh, there's a fight for it, and it's only halfway over. We're at a 50-50 split. This is such a wild fight. And we're gonna put the triggers back in. It feels like everything is just coming together again. And we're actually gonna... Oh, it's so hard to grab this. Please, please, I'm begging you. Just get in there. Are you the right one? R2. Whoa. There we go. And then fold it just like that. Make sure this doesn't do the thing. And he's back in. We are so back. I'm even gonna do this now. Yes! R2-D2? Looks like Genshin has won by a solid 16%? 18%. I'm stupid. I'm a little bit stupid. Can't do math. You were out of points? Oh, fiddlesticks. That's okay. We tried our best. I really won't say that either of the games would have been an L. I was having a really good time with Genshin yesterday. And this probably means that I can... Maybe I'll start doing the Fontaine Research Institute questline today. And that'll probably let me get another Shrine of Depths key, and then I can get 100% in the new area. I'm not afraid to repeat myself, by the way. So if you end up having more questions or you want a refresher on something, I will not be offended. I promise. Started working on Gallagher. I wish I had the freedom to do my Gallagher build, but now that my Jingliu is like, she just needs a little bit more relic food, so she's almost done. I actually did use her in Memory of Chaos earlier today before stream. I realized that I had Herta's Light Cone, and I'm in the process of leveling that up. It's at like level 50 right now. And then I'm gonna swap Breakfast off of her onto Qingtue, since I don't have any light cones for her. And then once Jingliu has all of her relics leveled up, and then Herta's new light cone is leveled up, I'm going to start building Qingtue, assuming that I lose my 50-50 on Robin. I will not be making pulling decisions for anybody. I will not do that. I don't want that kind of power over somebody's account, especially when that's something that impacts people's enjoyment of the game. DPS Gallagher? That sounds fun, it really does. I think if I remember his kit right, I think I'm gonna be building him around Break Effect. Ew, Tartaglia! Oh, I didn't thread these cables right. Get in there. There we go. And then we should be screwing these back in at some point. Did you answer my query? Mr. VO, does build a character work for Star Rail? It does, but I actually am straight up just gonna build everybody in Star Rail. So that would just like put them on a priority list, basically. You wanna one-shot everything? I've got good news for you. When you're in just regular Genshin, exploring the world and stuff, just about every character can do that. There's actually a point in Genshin where your builds are good enough that you cannot even pull off regular team rotations. Like, you'll do one thing or two things, and the enemies will just evaporate. I'd like you to build Harmony Trailblazer. Ah, that would be a good use of the redeem, I think. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, yeah, never mind. I really freaked out. I was like, why are they screwing in so many things? I just screwed in the wrong bits. But if I'm correct, these screws are the same size. I'm not gonna stress about it. Even though I was totally stressing about it. Dude, we're like almost back. I just gotta The one significant thing that I do have to redo is putting some not double-sided tape. I'm gonna wrap some tape to make it like faux double-sided tape so that my battery doesn't rattle again. Ooh, yeah, tutorial man, get it. Yeah, I've done that already. You could have done that before, but it's whatever. Again, you could have tucked the cables beforehand, but it's whatever. Ah, fiddlesticks! My black cable escaped. Oh, it's battery time. It is. It is time to get the tape. I'm sassing the tutorial man. I'm like an expert now. Okay, so the first thing I'm actually gonna do here. Let's see there. That's where that is. I'm going to get a. Ah! I did not mean to turn it on. All right. Chill. No. No. It's on now. Mm-hmm. There we go. Stick it down. That's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. Imagine getting jump scared by turning something on. Well, when you don't want it to be turned on, it is kind of scary. Because, I mean, like, this is the equivalent of, like, what if you were doing, like, open heart surgery on somebody, and then they just started, like, talking to you out of nowhere? Would you not get spooked by that? Wait, we're putting on the back? We're putting the back on? No way! I refuse to believe it. Oh yeah! It's all coming together, baby. Nice, nice, nice. Sweet. Oh, come on, tutorial man, you're better than this. How's that screw under the keyboard? Aw. Lyra, you lied. You lied. Also, I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you need to unpause or pause a YouTube video, don't use the space bar. That's unreliable and you know it. Press the K button. Because depending on what you've clicked last, or if something got selected by hitting tab or something on YouTube, the spacebar doesn't always pause the video. Sometimes it just mutes it. Sometimes it skips it to another video. Okay, so these are the... Oh no, this can't be. He doesn't know what's going on anymore. Oh, wait, hold on, let me count. So we've got 7 screws. Okay. No, I can work with this. I'm actually gonna do the other ones first. The black. Variation. I almost said something terrible. And it would have been an instant clip. I'm glad I caught it beforehand. Careful! I know, I know. Oh shoot, we gotta do push-ups again? You're gonna ruin my hand stability. By the lurking Teddy? We actually hate him. Hate Teddy. So it's like me and Pharaohs? Oh my gosh. Pharaohs appears, you just start throwing pillows at him. Teddy was being very naughty. When making a team in Genshin for a certain part of Genshin, what should I look for? What do you mean by that? Is there like a certain challenge that you're struggling with? I have a whole highlight compilation of my feelings about Pharaohs. What did he do to you? What did Pharaohs do? Do you get primos for each companion set or just for the characters in it? For every character. One set can get you multiple sets of primo gems. This. You know what the funny part is? This isn't actually the scariest part of the assembly. Well, we haven't reached the scariest part of the assembly, I should say. What's companion set? You'll learn about it once you get a little bit farther in the story. There's like a portion of the game that's optional where you can create your own home in Genshin. And by a certain extent, you can also create like your own little village. Limu, we need you to recover. Do you feel better than yesterday, at least? The fever's calmed down? That's good. That's the kind of W we're looking for. Oh no, he's doing the thing. I got it in. Whew. That really is like the worst. This screw goes in diagonally, and that's like really freaking weird. And I try to look at the way the hole goes from the outside, since this is a clear shell, and it's still mega deceptive. Oh wow, I didn't even pay attention to what kind of connector that used. That's wild. Hey, I'm a Genshin co-opper. And so are you. This one is R1. Yes, dodging is a means for animation canceling, as well as avoiding damage. Silver's ideology does not apply to every situation, though. Though that is what some of us do, including me. Depends on the situation. Purge, you're thinking way too hard. You're thinking way too hard about optimizing the game. There's nothing in Genshin that should really be left undone. Do I have this backwards? No, no way. Oh, I do have it on a weird way. Sir, I need you to get off. Nope, it's just for bragging rights. Praising? No. I think that one was perfectly valid. You say rip to your points, but, I mean... You were number 2. This is not the next step. Get off. Get off. Where did it go? Hey, yo? Is it on the floor? Hey! Where did my oh. Do I have to keep track of which companions I've gotten primos from, or can I find that out? If you go into one of the menus, you can actually see a check mark by which ones you've claimed. And some characters will retroactively be added to sets, so you don't necessarily have to worry too much. This part right here is the scariest, by the way. This is the one part of the controller that I broke. At least partially. Yeah, and for one thing, let's clean out those seams again. Those boys get dusty. It's just really difficult to get everything in place. Like, I'm at a stalemate right now. Uh-oh. I wish I remembered how I did it. We might be so back. Oh, we're so back. I did it. There's no screws left over. All of my buttons are here. I win. I won. I just turned on my PlayStation. Oops. I win! I win! Here, I will do... I'm gonna do another. You guys get the privilege of listening to the buttons once more. Mm-hmm. Heck yeah. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna boot up Genshin, and then we can see how this feels in action. No ads this time, but give me a couple minutes, please. We made it. Once again, I fail. I left the light on. How went the controller modding? We did it. And now we're using it. Do you have your water ready? It's right here. But green screen moment.
Can we play banker next time?
Had a green screen moment.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Staring into my eyes is ill.
Let me hear that sweet, sweet Genshin music. Yeah.
I can't promise you'll like what you see.
You have C6 Youngling? This is great. She's gonna be a staple. Is that Jaded VO merch I'm seeing? Yeah, maybe. Wind Trace started? Ooh. But you can only get 1,000 right now? Do you guys think I can still get away with running around as Ito without actually disguising myself as anything?
Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Too much like Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I guess kinda. Wow, Silver, nice plug. You've got a... I would say give you a raise, but I don't think I have the power to do that. Oh, I didn't actually do all of my requests? How long left on that banner? This one just started today. Oh. You've got 1 hour to get Arlecchino.
Take it easy.
My good sir. About those white iron chunks? He remembered the way? No, I just followed the gold sparklies. He did the pointing at something meme? Oh! Oh!
Looks like we're running out of Type 3 screws.
I'm sorry, he's running out of Type 3 screws. We gotta help him with that. Fontaine spoiled me. It's been a while since I logged into Genshin. Didn't expect to have 140 fates? Oh my gosh. When are you releasing the Jaden VO meme PNG pack? I should, at some point... Well, I guess I don't have a full green screen for that, but I should be one of those peeps that does like a 2-hour-long green screen compilation video for everybody use. For everybody to use. What are fates? Wishes. So, up here, the thing next to the Primo gem count, those are called fates. The, like, purplish, pinkish, and blue ones are called intertwined fates. And then the blue ones are called, you know, something. We don't care about those ones. Look at you, you're more of a knower than I am. Do not buy the blue ones. In fact, don't convert them, period. The most dangerous thing anybody has ever done has gone over and accidentally converted like this. Don't ever do that. Oh, you better not. If you're short on money, you better never touch my shop. You come first every time. Don't even go to that screen. You're going to give me anxiety. I don't know how... I don't know why people are inclined to do it. Because, like, you just come over here and then you convert it on the spot. It's one extra button press. It's for security. Or use Primos to resin. I did that by mistake. I did that by mistake one day. I was so torn. I was like, this is gonna be the thing that makes me not able to get Clarend. Hey, Doodle. How's it going? Do we start this day? We totally start this today, right? Totally should. Asase Shrine? I've probably already done that. Or should I do these little ones? This one just says it's Mora. It's going pretty good. I'm glad you're impacting the Genshin. Ooh, okay. Okay, so Genshin was the right choice today. A little sippy sip. I'm not gonna lie. Oi. Oi! Chill. Green screen's gotta chill. You vote for Research Institute? Okay. I won't go through all the small ones then. Just because of the rewards listed here, I'm inclined to believe this won't take too long. Oh, I love this song. Whenever they have this vocalist on, it's an immediate banger. Didn't get her, now it's 70 pity. Oh. You have no more wishes? There's like no shot we do it? Caterpillar. I don't know, this feels like a whole start to something new. Perhaps I'm incorrect. Oh, you're saving them for the Farina rerun? I got you. Whoa, what is this place? The familiar setting is stirring my memory. Yes, this is the Narcissan Cruise Ordo. You mean this is the Narcissan Cruise Ordo we're looking for? That's a big quest? Uh-oh! So it is just the start. They're fooling me. It's like a part 2? Okay, we'll start the Fontaine Research Institute then. Well, there are no longer any ceremonial items here, nor has there been a dispelling ritual conducted for a long time. However, this is undoubtedly where the sinners of Fontaine once congregated. Are the new banners out? In a little over an hour, we'll have Wanderer and Baiju back. And just what's a dispelling ritual? Well, not that it's super important. Do you spot any clues? You know, the kind that outsiders like us would easily miss? So, have you found anything? All I see are memories of a past and things that shall never again catch up to me. Does that count? When do they announce the banners after Wanderer and Baiju? It will be during... They'll announce the new 5 stars, and then I think a week before the banners switch, they'll give us the full roster. I think that's how that works. Deuces be back later? You got it, Remington. Well, Paimon doesn't want to interrupt your reminiscing, but that doesn't sound like what we're looking for. Are y'all gonna pull for Wanderer? Not me. I've already got him. And there are a very select few characters I want constellations for. And even then, after trying constellations for a couple times now, I'm kind of deterred from trying to do so again. What are constellations? They are extra, like, skills, little extra abilities that you can get for characters. A little boost if you get duplicates. And you can get up to 6 for every character. Perhaps, but my past is inextricably intertwined with the Narcissan Cruz Ordo, the chief culprit of the great sin. As such, some of my memories may yet be helpful to you. Then you could start telling us about them. Wait, then could you start telling us about them, Caterpillar? Bro can't read. I should warn you that I was not in the inner circle several hundred years ago, so I don't know everything about the incident. But I was personally mentored by Narcissan Cruz, who should be the origin of all of this. Narcissan Cruz, isn't that... There's a prophet lying dormant in all of us, and when he wakes, one more evil shall walk the world. That's the sort of person he is. Well, since we've got this opportunity, is there anything else you want to ask, Ether? Tell me more about yourself, Caterpillar. About me? I thought we got acquainted well enough during our jailbreak, but I understand that you're asking about something deeper. Now, I shall perform a terrible feat that never... Now, I shall perform a terrible feat that's never been done before and will never be done again. I will expose someone's true self before all, without any facade or masks, and that someone shall be myself. Wow, that's really a lot. Paimon doesn't think she can lighten this atmosphere up at all. I don't have that energy I had yesterday. I'm not literate today. Lenoir has already gone home, did she not? We have to face a more complicated world now. The time for things from under the age of 9 is over. Next, we probably need the experiences from age 16 or so. Huh? What? The experiences of 16 or so? The first voice I heard while in this body was that of Narcissan Cruz. Other than speaking of the redeeming powers of the holy blade of Narcissan Cruz, he also preached thus. The body is just a shell. Even the body of a hilly churl can bear sentient consciousness. Did he create you then? Perhaps he did. I've tried to unravel my own origin, but the answers I got were all pretty vague. Poor you. Well, I don't really feel that way. I discovered, after all, that most humans do not know the reason why they were born, and yet they still live happily. Also, it is not quite correct to say that he created me. How so? Creation is a feat for a god, if we may call the one above a god. In the tenets of Narcissan Cruz, do you know what is most critical in creating someone? What is it? It's imagination. Imagining a person, down to the last detail, akin to an Oceanid imagining a creature in the wild. Is he doing story mode? Yes, I am. But it's not a main story, it's one of the bigger side stories. They don't dub these. Yeah, these side quests, they're technically called world quests. Spoiler alert, I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. If you just started the game, this is so far detached from what you're experiencing that by the time you get to it, you'll be like, well, this is kind of familiar. This is kind of familiar. What was that again? There's a story that tells of a powerful mage priest imagining his own son, only to realize he himself was the product of someone else's imagination. Sorry for digressing, but I feel that this information is relevant to your questions. Well, that didn't make anything clear, but... Do you have any other questions? About the Narcissan Cruz Ordo? Since you find this place so familiar, what could you tell us about it? Actually, as I recall, most of the people in the Narcissan Cruz Ordo were very kind. Narcissan Cruz's teachings just contained many radical ideas that were, perhaps, difficult for people to accept. That doesn't sound good at all. Narcissan Cruz would lead ceremonies with the Holy Blade, in accordance with the ancient dictates. They call it Trifactor Excision in Liyue, and in Sumeru, Shattering and Magraha. He called it Renunciation of the Ego. He believed that one's own will is an obstacle, and that accidentally receiving a vision while seeking the path is a guaranteed path to destruction. Oh, wait. So they think of a vision as a curse? So, after someone gives themselves up, what happens to them? Well, they stay quite normal, actually. It is said that people cannot perceive the truth because a body with a self sees the world filtered through the five senses. That doesn't sound so scary then. However, I never found out for what Narcissan Cruz's ultimate purpose for collecting all those wills and selves was. Can you elaborate concerning Narcissan Cruz? Another time, perhaps. There is so much to be said. I'll need time to process it all. About what happened all those years ago. Many years ago, the one then called Lord Artificer Guillotine and Narcissan Cruz had an intense clash. Guillotine was even called the White Cavalier of Protection back then. Is that a better title than Honorary Knight? Well, if we're comparing impressive titles, I submit Chrysalis of the Phantasmic Moth. Just what kind of weird title is that? The title that the Ordo gave me. See, I'm a caterpillar, a creature that turns into a chrysalis before completely metamorphosing. This is like prophesied. Metamorphosing. Ugh. Into a butterfly. Sorry. I suppose the name contained the wings of hope that I would mature into a human. Even though we learned a lot, there's still more questions that will need answers. Uh-oh. I'll have to pore over the records and try to piece it all together. So I'm afraid you won't always find me here. Fontaine can be dangerous for you as it is now. I'll disguise myself and rely on methods I've developed to do what I must. I'll survive. If I find anything worth mentioning, I'll let you know immediately. Or if I'm not around, I'll leave a note behind. You know, like one of those forgetful adventurers. Oh, okay then. You take care. You too. We'll wait for you. Aha! It was just... either... What? Oh, no. I jumped on the table and started a new quest. Okay, hold on. This little thing is gonna start yapping for the next 5 years. So, as a precautionary measure, it is almost top of the hour. Give me 3 minutes. We'll reconvene and start whatever this thing wants to do. Thanks for hanging out, Purge. Good luck with work. We will see you soon. Here we are, the Narcissan Cruz Ordo. I remember this place. I know it. This is indeed the Narcissan Cruz Ordo. Right? We found this place previously as well. It's just like what happened with the book in the Anapasis. That's right. We read, and poof, we showed up in a totally different spot. That makes sense. Like, it makes this place something like a secret base, doesn't it? We don't even know where it is, really. Are you feeling more calm now, On? Yeah, much better. Thank you, Night Ether. Or should I drop that title? It was all fake, after all. Don't say that, On. But, on the contrary, your story has only just begun. Ether's right, you know. We've still got a whole bunch of adventures waiting up ahead for us. And how shall one proceed in peace of mind without a reliable knight at hand? Oh, lovely maiden. Come on. Paimon was just trying to encourage On. You're quite the knight yourself, Paimon. You're positive, and you've got a good heart. It makes me happy, truly. Oh, come on. Why are you getting all serious all of a sudden? You're just less powerful than Night Ether, that's all. Everyone's got things they're good at. Ether's got a good brain and a sword arm, and Paimon... You really are impressive, Paimon. See? You've cheered up On already. Yes, you truly are impressive, Paimon. You too. And here Paimon thought you'd try to tease her or something. You're weird. Yup, both of you. But that aside, didn't you say before that the Narcissan Cruz Ordo has deep links with the past, On? That's why we came in the first place. Yes, however, my head's still a complete mess. That's true. Paimon knows. Let's put what we've discovered together real quick. When we were exploring Anapasis. Anapasis. Oh boy. Paimon's head's a mess too. Any ideas, Ether? Let's discuss Princess Lyris. I suspect that she was only ever a character in a story. In that tale, we needed to save her and defeat the fell dragon Narcissus. That was my original purpose. All stories must have their origins. Speaking of that, On, we've heard you mention a place called the Narcissan Cruz Institute before. So if we go with Ether's logic, the Narcissan Cruz Kingdom and Adventure Team might have their story's origin in the Institute and the Ordo, right? That is possible. Any other thoughts, Ether? Let's discuss On. Right, Paimon's been thinking about that too. Marion said that your birth was a beautiful accident. What does that mean? I think it might simply be that my birth was a coincidence. Just as she said, I am someone she dreamed of, the form she took in the dream. The things we experienced together were also part of the tale in the dream. If it hadn't been for you, that dream might have never ended. Or perhaps it might have ended, and I might have disappeared with the happily ever after. I can't be sure. That's true. Not that Paimon gets it. This means that Marion is also an Oceanid. And On was created from Marion. Huh? That's what I believe as well. And if that's the case, the things I remembered during our journey should have been her memories. Or so I'd think. Your knowledge and experience cannot exceed that of the main body. But when you met her, you also became your own entity. Without a main body to restrict and control you. So, become the master of your own fate. Her last words to me. Oh, okay. Paimon gets it now. So that means that Petite Cho, Al, and the others are creations just like you, right? I believe that to be the case, yes. In that case, who was Marion really? This name is very familiar to me, but I cannot recall why. It's like some part of my body has been frozen. Any other thoughts, Ether? Let's discuss the Ordo. Alright. I now have a lot of thoughts on the matter, memories and emotions. When those two children brought me here, it was a lovely place. Everything was new and shiny, just as before. They were vibrant and excited, like the sunlight shining on the water. They told me that this was our new home, and that they'd brought many new friends, that everything could be like they were before. But later, they changed. Some things stopped being the same, and the people here changed too. Though the Narcissan Cruz Institute of old did not have sunlight, it was very warm. Yet, this place grew even colder. And then... On looks like she's in pain, Ether. No need to push yourself. I'm sorry, Night Ether. As for the rest, each time I try to recall it, I grow very frightened and very sad. This is the best I can do for now. I can sense that many terrible things happened here. I can sense many emotions, rage, terror, but also hope, trust, and admiration. But all of them make me feel a strange sort of pain. Like there are all sorts of shards or impurities embedded in my body. I don't want to... I can't. Alright. Leave that aside first. There's no need to force it. The more you try to force yourself to remember, the less you'll be able to remember. It feels like we got our hands on some new clues, but then again not. Actually, I've recalled something else. I've seen terrifying sights. The primordial waters, the amniotic fluid in the world, and its placenta, devoured to the last. The world fell into utter darkness. Never again would the cool spring water flow. Hey, Deem, how's it going? Are you on break right now, or are we big chillin'? I saw that once, or perhaps I saw that in the future. Wait a second, which are you talking about, the past or the future? I don't know. Got kicked out early? So, sorta kinda big chillin'. Sorry, and thank you, Night Ether. Paimon. Come on, it's fine. We said we were gonna help you. No one called in, labor was too high. Wow. We overscheduled. Actually, that sucks that there's scheduling around the assumption that somebody's going to call out. If only it was feasible to have a position at a place where it's, if somebody calls out, just call me in. No, I truly am happy that the two of you are the first two friends I met since I became me. For that, you have my thanks. Pleased to have met you too, On. Why are the two of you being so formal? The teens are constantly calling it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, it's lame. It's really lame that it's something to expect. Isn't becoming friends something that just, happens? When you called out to us and asked for our help, On, that was the moment Paimon thought, that's right, you're our friend, and we've got to help you. Thank you so much, Paimon. Don't be like that, On. If you really want to thank us, then keep your chin up and keep those spirits high. Yes, you're exactly right, Paimon. Besides, I have your help. I shouldn't waste it by standing still. I must recall more and tell you all about it. Not that you have to push yourself too hard to recall the past. I can probably come up with some nice things, and if I do, I will share them with you first, Ether and Paimon. I'm gonna try to stay late tomorrow. Had to take a lot of time off the next week or so. Ooh, I wish you the best of luck. Don't let him cut you. Ah, an Oceanid. It's been a long time since I last saw one of your kind. Wow, you're back, Caterpillar. How are things? Have you found anything? The sunshine and the wind feel so good. Everything else seems normal. So, there's basically nothing? Allow Paimon to introduce you to. This is our Oceanid friend, this is. My name is Caterpillar. A pleasure to meet you, On. Likewise, Caterpillar. Huh. Have we met? My memory is fading, so that is quite possible. If I may be so blunt, what is your relationship with the Red Empress? The Red Empress? I have no idea who that is, though the name kind of rings a bell. Then let me try another name. What was your relationship with Lyris? Got it, Deem. Good luck. How do you know that name? I went through many adventures with Paimon and Night Ether, only to find that she was merely a character in a story. What's going on here? Yeah, what's going on? Do you know Lyris? Caterpillar? Do I? I think I know what's going on. I'm also a victim of riddles, so I shan't play dumb. I'll tell you everything I know. Lyris did indeed exist. She was an Oceanid as well, and Narcissus and Cruz's name for her within the Ordo was the Red Empress. Wait, what? So what happened to her? I don't know. Though I do have a hunch. Can you tell me? I fear this hunch isn't worth bringing up. Besides, I suspect that you've already figured it out, being as smart as you are. Am I wrong? Figured what out? The first thing you said to me. My name is Caterpillar. No, the next line. What my relation to the Red Empress or Lyris the Oceanid is. In that case, you should visit Mirion in Anapasis, Caterpillar. Maybe that will confirm your hunch. A reasonable suggestion. I won't be troubling you this time, Night Ether. Paimon, I'll go with Caterpillar. Caterpillar! Why can't I read today? I'm gonna get super embarrassed if this keeps happening. Are you sure? Trust me. Because legit, I did, gotta say, kind of an okay job yesterday. And me. Okay then, we'll see you back here later. They will not be seeing me back there later. Okay, we're gonna go claim my commissions. And my pizza is ready. I probably will not end up taking the whole 45 minutes today. So I'll make my way back.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
And then we can start the Fontaine Research Institute stuff for real. Oh, the pizza's gonna be hot. I have to have water or else I'm going to burn my mouth off. Anyway, I will see you guys in a little bit. I said I wasn't gonna take 45 minutes, and god damn it, I was right. I'm back at 42 minutes. Lyra, if you're still listening, thanks a bunch for the lurk. I appreciate you. Good luck with the endeavors of your day. I think I'm gonna log back out really quick, because the trial should be open by now. Or not. Maybe I have to wait 4 minutes. Oops. Actually, is that the truth? Bruh. Minutes before disaster. Fontaine Research Institute. I almost continued the other stuff. Also, not gonna lie. The quest log, it's starting to look mighty organized. I've said this many times, Miss Crony. I'm gonna call her Crony. Rebuilding the Fontaine Research Institute is our only goal right now. You've said the same thing 3 times now. Huh. I know all too well that when you guys start repeating things like robots, there's definitely something big that you're trying to hide. Think what you like. As for the numerous issues you mentioned earlier, I suggest you go talk to Mr. Raimondo. What? Is he gonna tell me all the things the Fontaine Research Institute is hiding? No, but his ways of beating around the bush might be more sincere. Anyway, Miss Crony, I have my own business to attend to. The next one in line has been waiting for quite a while now. Hello, how can I help you? Are you Mr. Knacker? Yes, I am. You introduce yourself to Knacker and describe the final review situation. Upon mentioning Desnos, you remember what he last told you. Before formally arriving at the Fontaine Research Institute for final review, Mr. Desnos has first tasked me with being your guard and ensuring your safety. I'm so sorry that I just haven't shown up for months. Do I need to resubmit my forms? Because, if so, I mean, I'm totally willing. I see. Thank you for applying, Mr. Jaden. Mr. Ether. And I suppose I must also thank Mr. Desnos' injured leg. The wilds around here do pose many dangers, and having an adventurer capable of passing the preliminary qualification review by my side would be a lot safer. I can't act like I didn't hear that. What dangers are there exactly, if I may ask? According to the investigations, lots of archaeum flew out of the Institute when it exploded. Will the controlled archaeum radiate energy? Will it contaminate the surrounding environment? Whoa! Wouldn't this entire area be contaminated then? I suddenly feel somewhat short of breath. That's just your imagination at work. After leaving its catalytic environment, archaeum immediately returns to an inert state. It won't radiate or contaminate anything. I'm watching a video essay on MMOs right now, and they're talking about World of Warcraft Cataclysm. And I was like, yep, that says Cataclysm right there. It is apparent that Miss Crony's way of phrasing her concerns brought you unnecessary misunderstandings. Mr. Ether, may I take a look at your documents? If you really wish to escort me, then we'll have to take something of a detour. I'm going to a few nearby places to review the technological assets of the Institute and nab some documents along the way. Who's this lady next to you? Some reporter, that's all. Indeed. That is what I am. It's a great honor to meet you, Mr. Ether. I've heard your name from my colleagues many times before. I'm Crony, a journalist for the political affairs section of the Steambird, If you have time, could we arrange a time to have a chat? And of course, Miss Paimon is also welcome to join. I'm very interested in your adventures. Let me see. How does next Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday sound to you guys? Even this Saturday could work. We could go for a cup of coffee. Or how about right now? You guys stay here and chat, and I'll go about my work duties. That won't do. I've already reserved today's entire interview schedule for you. Sorry, Mr. Ether, Paimon. We'll have to chat another time. That's okay. We've got work to do today anyway. How was food? It was okay. I will say right now, I'm dying. My nose. Monumentally itchy. Except I want to put my whole hand up my skull and just like rip whatever's in there out. But I had a deep dish pizza. It was a supreme one. It had a little bit of onion, a little bit of pepper, like to the point where you won't even notice it. Some sausage, mushroom, and black olives. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of mid. It was kind of tasteless. But that might honestly just be the mushroom taste kind of just coming forward. Because it is like earthy or whatever, but it's just... It's not a very complex flavor or anything that really stands out among everything else. It's just kind of muddying it up. Where'd you get it from? I don't know. It was a frozen pizza. Hey, Nim, how are you? It's good to see you again. We need to escort Mr. Knacker first. I must stress again that I'm just an ordinary researcher now, and I have no further information to give you. Do you deep fry your pizzas or do you do oven? Who's deep frying a pizza? Plus, we've also got tedious and meaningless work ahead of us. Even if you go ahead and interview me, you won't get any useful information from it. Americans? Well, this is not an American household. That won't be a problem, Mr. Knacker. All work has its own unique value, and it's our job to uncover it. Don't worry about me. Suit yourself, then. Let's get going, Ether. You're literally an American, you fiend? Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a Chinese American, and I speak Canadian. According to the schedule, there's a document we need to get at the Institute's executive office. Hopefully, Kunjat isn't called up for some other work. Hey, Takaru. Who has a big enough deep fryer for a pizza? That's also what I'm saying. We have one, but it's like this big. It's good enough to make like fried bread or like cheese curds. Ooh, NRE, not the NRE. I meant to say compass. Would you make donuts? My donuts probably wouldn't end up that good. Why are you killing birds? Foul.
Here comes the catch. Transfixed.
It's as shrimple as that. You're foul, but why are you killing birds? For foul. Also, do you see that? It's the middle of the mountain up there. I wonder how accurate that is.
Suffocate.
Quiet.
I'm not in the mood for foul.
Pick the wrong test subject. Pain.
Hello? Nay? How do you... I don't even know how to tell if something's done already. But this place is, like, kind of familiar.
Take it easy.
Get enabled, idiot. Produce. Enhance. Produce. Enhance. Carry irrelevant junk production zone. Bruh.
Take it easy.
I barely walked away. Have some object permanence next time, game. Would you live in Junkertown? Like from Overwatch? No. No. I'm sorry, what is the point of this? It's just repeating the same thing over and over again. Do you think you have what it takes to be an idol? Hell no. I'm barely passable as a streamer, damn it. Me when no Fontaine character. Me when Fontaine character.
Take it. Go on. You have my...
Didn't ask for it. Miku's successor? That's just not true. Nobody can overshadow Miku. It's just not possible. This is it here. Hang on a second while I go find Miss Conjot. She did a hair flip, maybe? Mm-mm. Whoa, what's that place? A building floating in the air? Miku Miku Death Cannon? Your listeners have to be alive, you know. Paimon gets it. This must be one of those magical, I only want the second floor, just cut the first floor out buildings that you hear about in stories. The Fontaine Research Institute's science is the finest in the world. It really is. What you're seeing now is the central laboratory of the Fontaine Research Institute. Or should I say what once was the central laboratory. Mr. Edwin Eastinghouse was once within, trying to develop a field generator using archium, Initial estimates indicated that the device could lift an entire block of buildings. My guess is that the experiment didn't turn out so well. Of course, had Mr. Edwin not left 2/3 of the Fontaine Research Institute in ashes, he would have been a shoo-in for the post of the next director. Says who? You've never seen Scary Godmother? Huh? I agree. And today, that heavy responsibility... Aww. Bear with me today. I'm gonna have to repeat so many things because I read it wrong. And today, the heavy responsibilities that belong to the post of director, including a lifelong stipend and private dwelling, must be borne by the likes of... Aw, yeah. Choi Sool and Raimondo. We're not even gonna... I'm not gonna act like I know anything, because I don't. My best try is probably worse than just saying what I see. Paimon wonders just what kind of people Raimondo and Choi Sool are. According to the evaluation of my peers, they're the type who can speak to you for an entire day without saying anything. I want to put that to the test. So, it is exceedingly accurate to say that Mr. Choisu's talents are irreplaceable. Look, the location of your final review is the former location of the Elaine Gietzen. Hydrate? Maybe. And now, the current residence of the Institute. Before the incident, weekly lectures were held there regarding critical projects. Of course, the old administrative functions are all still in effect, and can handle the final review. Every last drop. Don't waste any of it. What's that plaza for? There are even seats around it. Is it an amphitheater of some kind? Ah, I've heard colleagues stationed at the Institute speak of this place. That is the sacred ground to Fontanians, the place where Fonta was born. Refreshing Fonta, a font of refreshment. That is the Fontaine Research Institute's academic assembly hall. Excuse me. And is dedicated to the purpose of displaying the fruits of our research, such as the combat-capable artifice dancers, the gramophone, and turbine-powered glider, among others. You mean I could go farther? Can't play Overwatch? What happened? Does it need to update or something? Previous analyses of Institute assets show that, of the items I mentioned previously, Fonta may be the only scientific achievement that remains legally profitable. I couldn't help but notice your words contained a few baseless accusations. I'm glad you noticed. In that case, would you mind giving me your opinion on the ongoing criminal activity of selling off research materials from within the Institute? Update, and even still you can't play after an update because their servers are poo-poo? People have been reporting getting kicked from games a lot? Well, guess you just have to wait till tomorrow. That sounds actually like really lame. Every time I've had server issues in Overwatch, it's driven me up the wall. But that was also, you know, kind of because I want to play Overwatch. I only play 3 games and 2 are updating. Well, that means you've got one option. Genshin Impact. It is absolutely vile, and those involved in the matter ought to be arrested in accordance with the law. Well, then, out of those with access to the Institute's technical assets and the capacity to commit such a crime, who do you believe it was exactly? Could it be possible that it was It was a criminal. Ether, let's keep moving. I need to go to a file storage room first and retrieve a survey anchor, which we can use to monitor the strength of the energy flows. It's not far. Let's go. Ooh, hold a moment. I have the impression that I have actually already done this.
Stabilize.
Teamwork is strength.
You forgot to play Overwatch for the Mirror Watch event? Oh. I didn't take a look at all the skins in there, but the idea was pretty cool to me. What? What do you mean there's just a chest? Which one of you dinguses did this archery puzzle for me while we fought this thing?
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Bruh. That's not cool. Also, I think this is part of a slightly more grand puzzle. There's a lot of cameras here. We will bust out Farina. Do your chest faster? Bruh. You cannot be saying that.
Shower me with praise.
Why don't you be faster? This is a test text for cipher letters. Them is fighting words? I take it back. This is not a test text for cipher letters. Huh. Looks like I can add and remove text. Butor's invention is interesting indeed, and not a useless one. Unfortunately, there are too many blockheads in the Institute now. Apart from a few intriguing individuals, the rest of them only know how to follow what's tried and tested. These few exceptions are buried in their own fascinating experiments and care little for others' projects. But I believe that one day, cipher letters will be applicable in our lives. Just like my video-wide stereo... system-wide prototype. What? The proto-wide stereotype. Which has tons of development potential. I'm so good at my job. Open sesame!
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
I'm sorry, how does one get up there? Oh, never mind. New banners are a go? Oh, this is true. I really said I have to wait 4 minutes? Time to forget about it. I didn't get a Wanderer in one temple. Devastated, might die. This is the biggest of facts. Wait. I almost thought about pulling for a 4-star. But I'm smarter than that.
Overruled. Busted.
Gather.
Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in!
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Honestly, more than anything, if I do end up pulling on a weapon banner, I hope that just all of the characters I want C6 just start scurrying to me like rats. You wouldn't get Farazan, I guarantee it. Yeah, you know shit, dude. Like, my 4-star luck is so bad. It's what got me Yaimiko in the first place. Trying to get Layla. And to top it off, if Dawnhung or March 7th are on a banner,
Gotcha.
that's just an instant guarantee that I'm never getting the other focuses. It just won't happen. Like today, I got a March. Mr. Knacker, you've finally come. We came across a little hiccup along the way. Never mind that. Have you retrieved the survey anchor yet? You went to soft pity on Yai for Layla? That's your own fault? Well, back then, I was missing literally 2 characters out of everybody. I was not about to not have the character at my disposal. I was just about to bring that up with you. I don't know if it was due to the explosion, but the supporting tools that were kept here are all damaged. You should know, if you don't use the proper tools to retrieve the anchors, you'll be subject to being struck by high-intensity Arceum energy flows. Oh. Intense energy flow from the Arceum. Got it. Huh? What I just said was just... I didn't... Relax, sweetie. You were merely speaking the truth. It's not like you offended anyone. What Miss Chalmette said... Chalmette said was indeed the truth. I hope that I can say the same for what you shall write. Whenever the truth is placed right before me, I never pretend that it's not there. That would be a mistake. Jaden, what 4 stars do you want on the Claren banner? Chevris? Kirara. I know they're not going to put Farazan on there, but Faruzan. But Kirara, Chevris. I'd put Bennett on there for good measure or something. I don't know. Somebody that I either don't have constellations for or... yeah. Just give me people I don't have constellations for, please. When's Kaveh coming back? Next time Nilu gets run. Take it from me, I'm a knower. Is that so? Well, it only takes the slightest bit of effort to fixate on something, but it always takes more brain power to avert your gaze from it. He's a leak consumer? No. I'm just a consumer. It's clear they're not having an argument with each other, but why does Paimon still feel like the vibe is even scarier than if they were? Alright, Sethos is coming out. Do you think they'll rerun Cyno? Let's deal with the survey anchor first, shall we? You're right, Miss Chalmette. Let's go examine the anchor. Okay then. That said, the area where it's located is still blocked. I'll go ahead and open those ports and unblock it. Why didn't you do Cyno's second quest? What do you think about Woowa? Is that Wuthering Waves? Not even on my radar. I cannot handle a third gacha game. Well, technically 4th, but I don't really play Blue Archive that often. Ether, as I recall, you were an adventurer who came from the recruitment, yes? Well, when assisting our institute in its work, you'll sometimes be required to carry out certain precise operations. Has your type of characters big-breasted women that shake with vigor when they stand? What? Oh, you mean Wuthering Waves. That has nothing to do with me. That's what Blue Archive is for. I'd like to see your practical capabilities first. Could you please go and help Miss Chalmay operate the energy transfer terminal to clear the area where the survey anchor is of obstructions? Yeah, I guess I could. Paimon thinks she's heard of this story somewhere before. Something like, your test began the moment you set foot in this area. You could say that. If you pass the final review, then we'll do a detailed competency assessment for you. After all, everybody excels at different things, and the work they can take on also differs. You'd also be the one playing that gun girl gotcha with the recoil? Huh? Is that Girls Frontline or something? I'm not in the know about a lot of games. I just play what I play. Especially now that I'm not, like, in a position to be paying for every game that I play. I got what I got. I like it. I'm in for the long run, baby. Live service. And so their compensation will differ as well? How very blunt of you, but you're not wrong. Ooh, then we've got to show them our worth, Ether. Just treat this as an early assessment. Michelle May is over there. She'll explain to you how to operate the terminal. Please follow her instructions and unblock the area as soon as you can. I'll be watching you from the side. Oh, wowee, look at all this more that I'm getting. What if I just didn't ask you? This is a test text for cipher letters. I haven't thought of any suitable scenarios where this tech can be
Staring
applied.
into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Considering that the energy transfer terminals and their receiving terminals aren't widespread in Fontaine, the use of encrypted messages will be limited to within the Fontaine Research Institute. Taylor just loves coming up with useless inventions. I've already warned him not to vandalize this place. The encrypted images use special paint that requires an equally special solvent to remove. The formula for the solvent needed to remove the encrypted text is recorded below. The text below has been removed. Okay. Let me look this up. It's a South Korean third-person shooter action role-playing video game. Okay, but where's the gameplay? Whoa! No, I just saw them in cover. I'm sorry, they'd had a Chainsaw Man collaboration? What the heck? Yo, let me download this game. Let me see what the craze is about. It's got 4.7 stars with 49,000 ratings. This game's gotta be goated. I'm probably gonna open it once and never open it again. It's an immersive sci-fi RPG shooter. Notice the lack of...
Something you wish to report?
Oh,
No.
nope, there it is.
You have my undivided attention.
Goddess of Victory Nikkei is an immersive sci-fi RPG shooter game where you recruit and command various maidens to form a beautiful anime girl squad that specializes in wielding guns and other unique sci-fi weapons. Command and collect girls that have unique combat specialties to create your ultimate team. Experience next-level shooting action with simple yet intuitive controls while enjoying dynamic battle effects. Oh, yes, they're dynamic, all right. Yes, sir. Notifications? Nah. Oh my god, she was sitting down. Excellent work. The lock has been opened. Your abilities to quickly grasp the mechanics and execute are both outstanding, and your value far exceeds the vast majority of those who participate in experiments. I will truthfully report your performance as such. So, what's next? Oh! Miss Crony, what's gotten into you? I suddenly feel like I'm gonna throw up. Miss Crony, please drink this medicine. Exposed survey anchors radiate with Arceum energy traces, and the place we are in now has also been affected somewhat. However, this energy level won't leave permanent adverse effects on the body. Just take this medicine and you'll be fine. I'm in NA. Whore! I'll have you know I just stress farted. Blah, that tastes terrible. Forget it. I guess this is also a kind of first-hand experience. Stress from what? Being called vile and whorish. Too much dump in the trunk? Yeah. I want to see Jaden cosplay Blair from Soul Eater during her fight with Mizune. Why do I feel like this is just a person with no clothes? Ether, these 2 bottles are for the 2 of you. Please drink them quickly. I'm feeling fine. Let Paimon drink it. Why would you think such a thing? You're not denying it. But Paimon isn't feeling any discomfort either. Plus, the medicine doesn't taste so good, right? Paimon would rather not take it. She definitely had clothes on. Yeah, minimal clothing. You know if you watch Soul Eater like many people have told you? I've seen like 5 episodes. Not the first 5, but 5. I've seen Excalibur a couple times. Really? That's quite interesting. It is completely at odds with the results of the applications of Arceum Risk Report 3rd edition. We all should have been affected by the same amount of Arceum energy. You're a Soul Eater not kind of person? What does that mean? Harumph! We're constantly journeying over mountains and seas. We're way stronger than the people you've got working here. A spin-off? Oh. It's a spin-off? Is it anime only, or is it also a manga? Correction. You can now assume that all of the Fontaine Research Institute's staff are now working out in the open, beneath the sun and stars. Your report might consider mentioning the difficult work conditions we're enduring, Miss Crony. I've been wronged without having been notified in advance. The Steam Bird won't just let this go. Putting all this aside, you clearly have an extremely strong innate tolerance of the energy flow, Ether. If so, you are certainly the best candidate to assist the Institute without question. More schoolgirls do cute things? Oh, that's so me. That's so me. Please approach the storage room and report any dizziness, nausea, itchiness, or any other discomfort you feel during the process. Hold on there. Are you using Ether as a guinea pig without fulfilling your obligation to inform him of the risks first? It is clearly stated in Institute ABBBR Externally Contracted Employee Agreement, Appendix C41, which he signed. Prior to being officially employed, the applicant shall be subject to a harmless Arceum energy flow tolerance test, and the Institute has the right to terminate the contract based upon the results of said test. Who the heck reads all that? You chose not to exercise your right to read the text, but each document was clearly marked. Please sign your name after carefully reading the document and making sure there are no mistakes. However, seeing as you seem completely unaffected by the energy flow, I believe you may just be the person we're looking for. In any case, let's get down to business. Take 3 steps toward the storage room, then 3 steps back, then hold still for 30 seconds, and rub your head and your stomach at the same time, do a loop-de-loop, and do a headstand. We've gone this far, but Paimon still doesn't feel anything. Do you feel any discomfort? Ah, my head! It feels like it's gonna explode! Huh? What's wrong, Ether? Are you alright? Okay, that was good acting. You nearly fooled Paimon there. Sheesh. But that's a relief, then. Paimon was worrying about how she'd carry you out of here if you were to suddenly pass out. I have to give my date of birth? Hey, I think this anime waifu game is trying to steal my information. There's so many out there, Doom. There's so many. Dude, look, the game started. It's a black screen. Oh, it was text. It was a text box. I had to tap it. I closed the game. Although we've come all this way and we can't see Knacker or the others anymore, and it doesn't seem like we can hear them either. What do we do next? Go to the thing that glows. Paimon knows. Maybe they'll chuck some sort of box in here and communicate with us through that. That would be quite handy. We'll find out soon enough. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of cool gadgets they might use to communicate with us. Ether! Can you hear me? Oh, so they rely on the technology of shouting really loud. Shh. What are you doing? Stop joking around at times like this. We can hear you. Do you guys feel any discomfort? Everything's good. That's great. Please continue on to the survey anchor. You should be able to see it now. Once you retrieve it, it will temporarily fall into a dormant state and stop radiating energy. And then we'll be able to come in. Be careful. If you feel uncomfortable, then we'll get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to read. You actually managed to retrieve the survey anchor without any instruments, like it was nothing. That's amazing. Last time, we needed at least 3 of us acting together to retrieve an anchor. I'm most certain that you're exactly the talent we've been looking for. With your help, all of our work is going to go much more smoothly. Alright, now I'll keep it for now. Let's leave this place and report back to the Institute post-haste. Hang on, where's Miss Crony? Paimon doesn't see her anywhere. She was feeling nauseous, so she stayed up there to rest. But don't worry, she's already taken her medicine. She just needs a little time. Huh? Miss Crony, what are you doing here? A bunch of mecha monsters suddenly showed up outside. They're on my heels about to storm in. Leave it to me. Look out, Ether! Over there!
Overruled.
This is order. Solidify.
Everybody stand back.
Oh, luckily Ether was here. These were probably the clockwork mecha that the Institute used before to monitor energy flow, as they're equipped with Arceum energy flow monitoring devices. Although they're now out of control, they still automatically converged here upon detecting the energy flow from Arceum. Mr. Knacker, should the Fontaine Research Institute be held accountable for these out-of-control mecha in the wilds? I don't object to that at all. They should be held accountable. Oh? If you truly have a way to have those buried in the ground, rise up and speak again. Also, I sincerely suggest that you stay here and rest, Miss Crony. Mr. Choiseul and Raimondo are at the Institute's new site, and they aren't going anywhere. Once you're feeling better, then you can go and interview them. Yeah, you felt so sick that you could barely stand. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health is essential. No, I can't. Interviewing Choiseul is the final step, not the beginning. That's why I'm following Mr. Knacker around. I want to experience everything firsthand and get tangible evidence. I have to question Choiseul with evidence in hand. That way, he won't be able to beat around the bush like last time. And lo and behold, I've now personally experienced this so-called harmless Arceum energy flow. No? Once I get to the Fontaine Research Institute, I'm definitely going to uncover all of the hidden truths. I truly admire your professionalism, Miss Crony, but are you sure you'll be able to make it the rest of the way there? Don't worry. I'll be right behind you guys. I'm a reporter, after all. No. I don't want to read about Fantasy Institute.
An impressive bounty.
Am I crazy? Where's the terminal for this? Huh? I got an achievement for looking at a book? Also, Oculus? There it is. What the bird doing?
Stabilize.
This is inadequate. You can play the underwater city harp with the jellyfish? Actually, what were you... What were you guys talking about? With playing the strings down there? Was it just like a thing that I could do, or was it something to solve?
Quietly now.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Solidify!
Here comes the cat.
Just to do? Ah, okay.
Overruled.
Growing up and
Impressive
starting to
round.
understand my mom threatening to throw my things out if I didn't clean up better. This is the reality. Anyway, guys, please don't threaten to throw away my things just because they're on the floor. Opinion on diving with sharks? Sounds exceedingly dangerous. But I will give one little bit of credence. This does mean that we live in the world where, because we can dive with the sharks, we have the legendary get rotated idiot meme.
Busted. Take it easy.
Stabilize!
Teamwork is dreamwork.
You ever been rotated? Certainly.
What
I
greater
can't give you a
pleasure is
specific
there than
moment
the
where that
unexpected?
happened, but I've definitely been rotated. I've been body slammed precisely once. That was pretty dope.
My guiding stars. We'll see about that.
The wind rises.
You dare to gaze upon me?
Don't be scared. Not now. Everybody stand the fears of the storm. Too late for regrets.
Squall and fury.
No, my sword.
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
Ring cutter.
Remember, health comes first.
It's a very interesting team they got going on here.
Let me weave you a
Try not to enjoy this.
Taking a turn for the better.
You're in for a little shock. Blitz.
Nice and spicy.
Dodge this.
I'll protect us. Hi.
Oh, so sorry.
Cold. Mine's a command. The night is cold.
Cool it.
You're toast.
What's the...
Don't be scared.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Out of the frying pan.
Dodge this!
Stars, shine for me. My guiding star. Boba, get them!
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
Again, I don't even know what's going on. I just hit the buttons. I just hit the buttons.
Rain outlines your fate.
Not now.
Rain cutter.
Don't be scared.
Confess!
Have fun with this gift.
My favorite part is also using Hazo completely wrong.
Cold, mine to commit.
Get moving! Fracture!
No, my soul.
Absorption test.
Come on, hit me. Hit me. Or not.
Animal hypostasis.
Witness the power.
Wings of
Have you ever wanted to
darkness.
build Hazo? Actually, yes. He looks pretty dang engaging to play.
Stand clear. Shadow Raven. Left.
Rain cutter.
Swirl. Mark 2.
Power that ended Haishan.
I summon the
Rain outlines your.
absorption test.
Bro, it didn't even register my thing. What's even the point? Character switching moment. I'm pretty sure Hazo's actually the contender for holding one of my Skyward Atlases. Where even is that boy? Look at him. Look at him hold that 5-star catalyst. Recover the assets. You got it, boss. I need 22 more oculi to level up. I've never been to this area. Alright, there seems to really not be anything of value here. It's time to move on. A researcher who once worked together with Edwin Eastinghouse is now kicking storage drums around in a junk heap. Meanwhile, the Fontaine Research Institute still complains about being short-handed. Huh. The way these researchers go about things is truly unfathomable. Everybody's worth is reflected in different ways, and kicking storage drums is my way of doing so these days. But I've heard that prior to Edwin's big screw-up, you had quite some sway in the Institute. Some might even say that you were second to Edwin himself. You were that powerful? That no longer means anything. Now I'm merely someone who was fortunate to survive this project, and one of the culprits who turned the central laboratory into what it is today. This is the only information I can offer you, Miss Crony. Well, I believe that was plenty. Let me write that down. Huh? Where are my pen and notebook? My whole bag disappeared. I put it right next to the strange-looking mecha just now. Where did they go? You mean... the one behind you? Huh? Help!
Transfixed.
Game's up. Fun's over.
You know what they say, nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah.
Quietly now.
Order guide you.
Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in!
You know, I'm finally home, but...
Something with which to commemorate
But-
this occasion.
There's a but. I'd hope you have one. Oh. You gonna go to the gym? Hell yeah! Get those gains, my dude. What are you going to be working on today, actually?
One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Oh, wait. What did I just ignore? Where's the... big chillin' on the ground? This Bishop guy? The who what now? I've gotten this waypoint, but I completely ignored everything here. Oh. Shit. Let's figure out where I need to go.
Busted.
The hunter becomes the
Something
hunted.
with which to commemorate this occasion.
Hmm. Where am I to source this energy? Okay, that was a little bit silly. Oh, wait! I've done it. We can finish the thing now. Maybe I could just put it there. I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty big brain today. Aside from my reading skills.
A chest full of valuables. A trove of potential clues.
There's also an Oculus down here. I have ended up somewhere. This is a massive detour.
I will have order. Gather.
Game's up. Fun is over.
An impressive bounty.
Oh. Whoa. Who knew there was such a huge space under the water? With such strange devices, too. Paimon doesn't have a clue what the device is for, but it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. Nobody's been here either. Let's be careful. Considering that this is unrelated, go underwater to get to facility. And then I'm just gonna teleport back out here. Like it never happened. I was excited about some new exploration. And new exploration here seems to mean new world quest. Now, I do know that some of these regenerate.
Just wait for a little.
Oh my god. It takes forever to kill? Oh, are you... No, no, no. Not interested in all these world quests. I'm focusing on one anyway, dog. I'm focusing on one already.
Positions. All eyes on me. I see everything.
flicker.
Grow, grow, grow! Committed to memory. Find anything you like?
Take it easy.
Damned if I lead the shot, damned if I don't lead the shot.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding. Take it easy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Stabilize.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand back!
Replace my hammer.
What greater pleasure?
Is this actually important? Trendy, the supreme virtue. Guileless, the most basic virtue, when you simply cannot find any other. Tricky, derogatory term for those cleverer than you. Ruthless, just bravado, no question about it. Child, the juvenile form of a hero. The juvenile form of a villain. Children, a chaotic group of uncertain composition. Compiled by Trendy Zaytoon Peach. Poetry's gotten so experimental.
This is order.
I think we're making some good progress on the exploration here, if I do say so myself. Quick little 9-mile ride. Did you have fun? You better say yes. Was rocking out to Disney music? Is that possible? Where does one learn that skill? Because, like, I do not appreciate it at all, really. Think you're the only person who doesn't appreciate OG Disney music? Shit. Why are the prompts only... The prompts are only ever there when it doesn't freaking matter. So my Hydrogron is gone. This won't help me with thinking anymore, but thank you, crap. A little break from the action, even though I just laid my eyes upon it. Also, it's past the freaking hour, and I didn't even notice. Give me 1 second. I will be right back, and then I'll figure this out somehow. Now, we take a second look. Being perfectly honest, I don't exactly remember how the Grana work. Oh, what? Why does it disappears so fast? Why? Now I have to patiently wait again. Oh, getting in the water messed it up.
Take it easy.
Are you going to acknowledge my existence? Dude? What's in it? Matcha bun, strawberry bun, milk bun, and the last two is garlic bread. Sounds tasty. That's tasty. I hope you enjoy it.
Take it easy.
I will fully admit here that my throat is starting to become a little bit weathered. Talking can be a little bit bothersome, but I will try my best to trudge forward. Do a story quest? And interrupt the flow of story? Sleepy, you devious dog. Are you telling me to start the whole yap sesh with Mr. Cyno? Yo, why are we barking? What's going on?
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Oh, look at the little big blubber beast. With little blubber beast. I didn't see you there. They're so cute. Those guys don't give primo gems. Of course I'm not gonna kill them.
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Oh my gosh, there's no way I ignored all this. There's just no way. Actually, there is a way. I'm pretty sure I just came here for starfish. Guys, please come back. Please, 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 please.
Something with which to commemorate. Transfixed!
Just watched a video on Miku Expo. What do you mean? Like a Miku Expo retrospective kind of thing? Or what's poppin'? My friend's actually in Chicago to see Miku Expo right now.
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
That could have been me. But alas.
Overruled. Here comes the catch. I'm going in.
Oh, neat. I saw some TikToks about that when everybody was really in the heat of the moment about the screen. And I took that opportunity to take a piece of glass from my closet and go, hee hee, Miku hologram at home. I thought it was really fun.
Transfixed. Things are about to get dicey.
Gather.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
It's like all these chests are in a big U shape. There's so many right here.
Witness my rise. Overruled.
Quietly now.
Solidify.
Everybody stand back.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, these little guys. The Lumi boys. They were what I was seeking the whole time.
Grow, grow, grow. Rest and rebuild.
And if only I had Kokomi's burst right now. What's your biggest damage with Arlecchino? Shoot, I want to say... It's probably only like 140k.
Hey! With all my strength. Hold the line.
Here you are.
It's a big boy number, but I'm positive there's people going crazier with it.
Laid bare.
Will you go? No?
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Take a look around, Jaden. You know there was more stuff. Probably on this side of shore, actually. But I do see things that were also just flat out completed already. There's a chest.
Gotcha. Overruled.
Those look like mini Jade Plume Terror Shrooms, I'm not gonna lie. Enjoy the lurk, Purge. Good luck at the Jimbo.
impressive bounty.
Gotcha.
Everlasting as the moon! Transfixed!
Jim's in the basement. Like, me too. But you still gotta concentrate.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Anything else in sight? Actually, what did that take us up to? I'm kind of curious about the water down there. Bro, what a miss. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Of all the things I'm taking responsibility for, that is not one of them. Absolutely not. It wasn't me. I have no clue what you're talking about. Also, now that I know how wide the area for the compass is, I'll know not to be so granular with it. It's very broad.
Laid bare.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Lurk with mute, homework and music time, no problem, Mel. Good luck. Get that dang old schoolwork done.
Gotcha.
I will have order.
I'm going in!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Yeah, why not? Let's see what Cyno has to say.
Wow, the academia sure is busy during the day. But where should we go looking for people that we know?
Traveler, Paimon.
Cyno!
Really feels like it's been forever.
Welcome back to Sumeru City. I'm delighted to meet you again. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. Paimon just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed all our friends in Sumeru.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner. I look forward to hearing about
I
your
didn't shoot it
travels.
down.
Something tells me we must have a lot to catch
I hope it
up
didn't
on.
come off that way.
Really? You were thinking of us too? What a coincidence!
Indeed. Or as I call it, the Biryani factor. You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always rice to meet stew again.
Oh, darn, he said it.
I win the bet, Paimon. Time to pay up.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
All right. Here's your 500 Mora.
Only 500 Mora. Thanks, Cyno. Feels good to hit the jackpot.
You're exaggerating. It's only 500 Mora.
Hey, 500 Mora is still a lot of snacks to Paimon.
All right. I'll treat you to some desserts later. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work, which is why I didn't complete the joke at first.
A case? What happened?
Shush.
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this one myself.
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're done, we can...
New banner is out.
You know.
Such enthusiasm. Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweets if you're not around to remind me?
What? No! All right, was it really that obvious?
Obvious enough. Still, it's a fine idea. You are the heroes of Sumeru. It makes perfect sense to work together. All right, follow me.
We do be following him. I like that song too.
Do you see him? The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk to about the case?
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamot sage. He taught both me and Lisa.
Huh? Cyno's teacher is in trouble?
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine. What sort of person targets an old retiree?
Professor, I've brought some
Man's
friends.
got some boomy voice.
Ah, Cyno. Now who do we have here? Hold on, let me think. A flying fairy dressed in white? A youth who does not seem to hail from this land? My goodness. You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon. I've heard all about what you've done for Sumeru.
Wow, looks like we're really famous.
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all.
Good to meet you, sir. We're here to help Cyno.
That's right. Let me summarize the situation. A couple of days ago, Professor Cyrus suddenly received a threat letter.
A threat letter?
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like me, for goodness sake?
This is the letter in question.
Cyrus, I have uncovered your secret. If you wish to prevent it from going public, leave 10 million mora at the back door of the cafe. Secondly, don't come looking for me. You'll never find me. But I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. Finally, if you dare to report this to the Matra, there will be consequences. Wow, they sure didn't mince their words.
Clearly, this person must be desperate for Mora.
10 million more. What a joke. I'm just a single retiree with nothing to my name beyond the tomatoes in my garden. Where do people think I'm hiding 10 million more, huh? In my tomatoes?
They could be that
There were
good.
no witnesses, so currently the letter is all we've got. So, Traveler, Paimon, let's put our heads together.
I'm ready when you are.
Paimon's ready too.
All right, take a look. Do you see anything suspicious?
Yeah. Watch in the background. From Cyno's description, it sounds like the threat letter didn't come in an envelope. It was simply written on a crude piece of paper and left for Cyrus to find. The paper?
Very good. The paper has a rather rough texture. It's not the typical kind you see in most books.
Another thing is, some of these strokes look kind of blurry. Could there be an issue with the ink?
Possibly. And I bet the paper has something to do with it.
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile, it's very coarse-grained, almost as if it's made from some sort of plant matter.
It's certainly not the same paper as we use in the academia, but the ink is nothing special. Just regular black ink that gets a blue tinge when applied to paper.
So do we think the culprit has a connection with the academia or not? Wait, check this out! Looks like this part got wet at some point.
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid, not plain water. It also looks like it was wiped off with a damp cloth.
Well, the writing was also not in the same place. Like, it wasn't uniform. Maybe if you put the whole piece of paper in some water, you'll see a hidden message or something.
A colored liquid, so... tea? Wine?
Looks like we're thinking along similar lines. Let's go talk to Arof. There are some things I'll need him to take care of.
Okay. I am a little bit nervous.
Arav. Ah, there he is.
Mahamatra Cyno. Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the Traveler and Paimon. It's been a while.
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young and strapped for cash. Oh,
You mean Mora?
one last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
Oh, of course! You think the culprit spilled their coffee on the ladder, huh?
They do look like coffee stains to me. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the letter is written on a type of scented paper
Cold
that has
hard
aromatics
USD.
added during the manufacturing process.
That's fucked
The
up.
kind often provided as writing material for customers in cafes and taverns.
Ah, of course. Yes, like they sell in the gift shops. I remember now. Zaha Hadi bought some a while back. She said she was going to use it as wrapping paper for a vase.
Understood. I'll assemble a team to investigate the points of interest immediately.
You have my gratitude.
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City. And change into plain clothes. Don't let them see you coming.
Will do.
Great thinking, Cyno. So, where do we think the culprit's at right now?
I doubt they'd go back to the cafe.
Yeah, they've probably been lying low at home waiting to see how Cyrus reacts.
You're right, Paimon.
Really? Which part?
The culprit's approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they warned Professor Cyrus not to go to the Matra, doesn't mean they know what he'll do next. So, like you said, they need to wait and see. And crucially, the culprit said they'd be watching the Professor's every move.
Huh? Wait, are you saying...
Found you!
Whoa!
What are you doing?
You wrote the threat letter!
I don't know what you're talking about. What threat letter?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden for someone reckless enough to threaten Professor Cyrus. There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Arav. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
I was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Mahamatra Cyno shows up, right? So I got a little curious. What's the big deal?
You smiled when Arav left. I saw it as clear as day.
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a cafe. Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafes, you would be free from scrutiny. The cafe was a red herring all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the Professor's movements.
You can't pin this on me! I haven't done anything!
Really? Then why are you shaking like a leaf? The innocent have no reason to fear the Matra. But you... your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching. You're a terrible liar.
I would never...
Don't try anything or you'll pay the price. Now come with me.
We are being a little bit presumptuous here. But I will let Cyno cook a little bit.
You're telling me. One minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arav already on his way back to meet up with Cyno. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his whole future.
Everyone, it's all over.
I bet it's a ploy to make the real culprit think they slipped.
So fast!
The culprit's name is Raka, a 16-year-old student in the Rataoist Darshan.
Huh?
16? Cyrus thought he looked 30-something!
We checked his records. He's 16, a third-year student.
But he looks so old.
Yeah, seriously!
Foolish child. He's too young for the criminal life. What the devil drove him down this path?
We questioned the culprit regarding his motives.
Oh, just spit it out. Nothing can surprise me at this point.
Very well. It's our understanding that Araka is a mediocre student who has been underperforming in his classes. He started taking extra tutoring to improve his grades, but developed a gambling habit around the same time and lost a lot of Mora. Down on his luck, he went to the tavern for a drink and overheard some people chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable retirement. They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato plants with some old woman on the street.
This guy could...
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes?
This guy
That
kind of sounds
old
like...
woman is Kasharwar's very own professor.
Oh, speak again.
Zaha-Hadid.
Speak again. Let me
How
get
can
a
he not
taste.
know who Zaha-Hadid is?
Is this going somewhere?
Oh, right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about tomato plants. And what are they trying to insinuate by comfortable retirement? A man grows a few vegetables and suddenly he's living a life of luxury?
Maybe it's more the fact that you have the time to grow vegetables in the first place.
Araka mentioned he'd heard a rumor, alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring, and kept it for himself instead of reporting it to the academia.
Kind of sounds like Mark Whitten.
Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And given your advanced age, he thought you'd be an easy target to blackmail.
Oh, Araka. I'm at a loss for
I would
words.
believe if I was
I'm so
wrong,
angry I don't
but I
know where
also
to
wouldn't be
start.
surprised if I was right.
People make
If
up
that
rumors
makes
all the
sense.
time. I am quite confident that Professor Cyrus has never embezzled a Mora in his life.
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again later. I need you to deliver a few firm fistfuls to him on my behalf.
Hey, yo.
I completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus, but I'm afraid that course of action goes against the Matra's principles.
Professor, there's no need to be childish about this.
Oh, come on. I was clearly joking.
Okay. Where does this go from here?
The academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individuals spreading rumors about the professor's obsession with tomatoes and some old woman on the street, there could be a slander case here. The Matra will continue to investigate.
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman on the street? Mind your wording or you'll
Is
start a whole
Dave
new one.
Fennoy? Dave
You seem
Fennoy?
confused. Oh, don't you understand?
Wait, do they credit? Does Genshin, like, actually credit every NPC?
Uraka is just a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. Besides, I didn't actually hand over any Mora to him. The whole thing sounds a lot worse than it is. All it costs me is a little reputational damage. That's all.
Please rest assured, Professor, that the academia will issue a fair and reasonable punishment.
Yes, I have
On
no
the
doubt about
Genshin
that.
Impact wiki?
But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation with the boy's parents. Their family lives in the city, yes?
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants and they're often away on business. They've never taken much of an active role in their children's lives.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence
What?
away yet, do you? I'd like to have
Appreciate
that
you,
letter back for
Norman.
the time being, if possible.
I hope you
I
enjoy
need
your
something
time.
concrete for when I talk to the
Wait.
family.
Nah. Wait. Huh? But this person on Twitter has a post. It says their name is Joshua Waters, and that they're the voice of Arav and Fujing. Looks like that's some treasure hoarder. Or are we talking about somebody different? Did you look up Cyrus? They say it sounds like him, but I don't see him credited on behind the voice. I mean, the Genshin Wiki has 2 links pointing to Twitter for the self-roll announcements for the characters. Who's the guy who said it? I'm talking about Arav, the dude on the left of the screen. I'm not talking about Cyrus. Oh, okay. We were both on like completely different
We have to show them how
chases.
serious this situation is.
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Araka's punishment. You can hold on to the letter for now. Just make sure to return it within a couple of days.
Oh, so you'll be able to close the case in 2 days.
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to resolve.
Oh, presumptuous, aren't we?
Very good. Well, thank you for all your help. Perhaps we can all go for a meal together. Oh, my treat, of course.
My apologies, Sir Cyrus, but I have a prior commitment.
It's way darker than his first
Enjoy the
appearance
meal,
for some
everyone.
reason.
Ah, I see. Well, that's a pity. But Cyno, you have
Open
to
up the
come.
tab
You
again.
found the culprit at record speed, and I owe you for that. Ah, and isn't Tighnari in town at the moment? Bring him along, too.
Wait, you mean Tighnari's in
Perhaps
the city?
so.
He is. Tighnari's
Or it also
master,
could be
Sir
the lighting in
Nephis,
here.
called
It's
him and Kale
pretty
to the
dim.
academia to help out on a project. They should be at Nephis's office at this hour. Though I must say, I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tighnari. Did you do something to offend Sir Nephis?
Don't be outrageous. Nephis offends me all the time. It's never the other way around. Anyway, hurry up and fetch Tighnari. I'll head over to the tavern with the Traveler and Paimon. See you there. Go on now. Don't keep us waiting.
We have to go to the second floor. We all know that the second floor of any food establishment is reserved purely for quests.
Not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa Hist back when I was still teaching. And if you don't want to take my word for it, you can ask them. They were students at the time. They'll tell you what it was like, won't they?
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on at the academia.
All I know is
Most
that
of what
something
I
isn't
know,
right
I
in the
heard from
story,
Cyno after the fact.
and I'm just waiting for the twist.
Professor's become a lot more laid back in his retirement. He used to be far stricter, and was especially known for being extremely principled.
Wow. It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal person. I can't imagine doing that as a sage.
It's a pity Kale wasn't around at the time. I would have happily taken her on as a student.
And then we'd have one more person who has to address Lisa as upper-class woman.
Really? Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer it when people treat her like an older sister.
Oh, believe me, back when she was a student, nothing made her happier than the younger students acknowledging her seniority.
Whoa, more food? Are you sure about this? We don't want to take advantage.
Oh, don't worry about it. Order whatever you like. And if it's not enough, order some more. After all your help today, treating you to dinner is the least I can do.
With what, Mora? Tomato Man.
I thought I heard some familiar voices. Ah, and Sir Cyrus
Yeah!
is here as well.
Oh, Kaveh, it's been a while. Zahahadi was talking about you last month. How have you been?
I've been all right, thank you. You're looking very well, sir. I'm glad to see it.
Have you eaten yet? Care to join us?
That's my boyfriend!
That's awfully kind of you, but I had a late lunch, so I'm not really hungry just yet. I'll have dinner a little bit later tonight. I just came to Lombard's to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized,
Oh, no.
I thought I'd come and say hello.
Yeah, that's not my boyfriend.
So what's the occasion, anyway? Some sort of celebration?
Consolation, more like. You wouldn't believe the day I've had.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there. My whole time as a student, I've never heard of anything remotely like that.
I can't believe how young the guy is. Oh, what are his parents going to think?
Young people are always more susceptible to making rash and ill-advised decisions. Their minds are still developing. It's just an unfortunate fact of life. But still, this boy has some nerve. Just look at what he wrote. Oh, it makes my blood boil.
Wow, yeah. Jeez.
I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. And then he just followed you into the house of Dana?
If this were my son, he'd get the scolding of a lifetime. Oh.
Luckily, I'm also an extremely principled person.
Kaveh! Your order's ready, sir!
Coming.
Dang, he just didn't
I'll have to
bring
get
it to
going.
him?
Have a nice evening, everyone. I'll catch you all another time.
Okay, bye-bye!
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here too.
Yep, it's all there. I'll stop babbling away now. Let's eat before the food.
That's not true. Why do only the pretty people get visions? Huh?
Oh, too tasty. Paimon's belly is about to explode.
Oh, mine too. I'll have to walk home to burn some of it off.
Thanks for dinner, Sir Cyrus. Master Tighnari and I will bring you some homemade herbal tea next time. It'll do wonders for your sleep.
Well, I look forward to that. In fact, could I trouble you to bring a little extra for the other old folks on my street? I'll be the envy of the neighborhood.
No problem at all. I'll pack some up and bring it over.
Thank you for treating us.
I'll see you all later. I better head home now and tend to the crops.
Good night, Professor. Don't let those tomatoes keep you up too late.
Hey, my tomatoes are serious business. I am not about to be beaten by Zahahadi. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late now, children. I bid you all a good night.
Take care. Have a safe trip home.
All right. Now, we finally have some us time.
What do you mean, us time?
Well, I was talking with Tighnari and Kale, and since we all have some free time, we thought we could all go camping together. Think of it as our way of welcoming you back to Sumeru.
Camping? Oh, that sounds fun. Paimon's in.
Time to show off my tent pitching skills.
Wait, no, that's my job.
Oh.
Don't take it away from me. Why don't you and Paimon help out Master or Cyno?
You don't have to play the hero when you're out with us.
Bruh!
This is your chance to
Silver,
just,
no!
laze around and switch off for a bit.
Everyone, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at the riverbank to the southeast of Gandharvaville. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip. Just bring your delightful selves and prepare to have some fun.
You got it! We'll be there!
Great. Then we'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, before I do that, you know what time it is already. I will see you guys back here in just a few minutes to continue the Cyno shenanigans. Even though there's like not really a conflict for us to latch onto yet, we'll get there. Okay. So, Sleepy, you asked just now? Hey. Hey, don't do that. Hey! We getting compensation rewards? For what?
Makes me laugh every time.
I'm at 83 pity right now. My next warp very well could be a 5-star. But alas, I am one short.
Makes me laugh every time.
And I don't have a tutorial to open or anything like that. I don't have messages from any of the
Do you want to enter
people.
the forgotten?
Did you do your commissions? I think so. I think I started today with Simulated Universe. Yeah, we're already bumping. So I don't know where I would get.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more.
If
day
I
off.
if I found
Knock
one
out the rest
chest,
of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
but I don't think there's any chests in this area, because this is where we progress. Get an achievement? Which one could I get right now that's super easy?
Makes me laugh every time.
I have a question about cheese. I'm not a cheese knower, but I do eat cheese. So, perhaps. Do you prefer boneless cheese or bone-in cheese? Personally, I like it with the bones. It adds more flavor. If it's granulated cheese, I'm kind of okay with it. But if it's like... if we're really out here getting a whole, like... bone structure, that's kind of where I draw the line. I can't really do that. Where's your IRS gal? Topaz? Where is that girly? Boneless cheese? Yeah. You never heard of that? Okay, what if there's... How long on Star Rail? I'm literally just yapping about... It's so simple! I'm gonna make one warp and I'm switching back to Genshin. Sleepy just asked me about Robin and I got a little bit frustrated. Simply because I don't have her yet and I'm at 83 pity. About to be at 84. You know, it's totally fine. I had a date with Cyno. Him looking towards the ocean type of mood. Yeah. Man.
Time to set.
When you do build her, I'd like to see how much damage you do, because I am confusion. Have you, like, completed or built her up a little bit so far? I have, like, a preconception of how I would build her.
Wow, you guys are ahead
But
of the
if-
game. You set up the tent
If you have a build to show off, I'll take a look at it.
I'd say we're right about on schedule, actually. We were aiming to have them set up before you arrived.
Her talents are 8, and she has 4k attack, and she only does 7k.
Whatever we
Other
catch,
people are
we
doing
can grill for dinner
15k.
tonight.
Yeah, that doesn't really... Wait. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Because her thing is fixed. It's got a 100% crit rate with 150% crit damage. So, with 4,000 attack, you should be doing like 12. 10. Should be doing 10, not 12. That'd be 200. Is there might be like another trace with subtext that I haven't read yet? Because I skimmed over her kit on
You got it. Dinner's on us
something
tonight.
else other than in-game. Oh, you want me to be blue? Oh, wait. Norman, what kind of blue?
Contribute too. The other Forest Watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while ago. I'm really looking forward to giving them a try.
Do you want, like, a light blue? Do you want this, like, baby blue? You want, like, a turquoise? That's more green. You could have a lighter blue. Like a cryo blue. A minty blue. Persona 3 blue. Straight up blue. You like this blue? Is it like Genshin where you have to unlock talents or something? Yeah, the system is pretty much the same, Silver. It's just laid out in a grid on a tree, basically, for their constellation of sorts. They have kind of odd requirements. So, you have the 3 main ones like in Genshin, and there are ones that go off in branches, or they're like little offshoots, little tributaries. And for those ones, they have specific requirements like, oh, be Ascension level 6, or be level 75, or be level 80. Those ones are usually just little stat increases. Usually things that they scale off of, or would take some benefit from. And usually their little sub things are on the side. I think each one also has 3. Similar to the 2 of them that you get in Genshin, specifically from ascending your characters. I would show you in the menu in Genshin to make it more understandable, because I know that I'm not explaining it very well. But alas, we are stuck in a cutscene.
I saw some very appetizing mushrooms in the area, so I gathered a few for us. I'll leave them here along with some fresh fruit.
Wow, camping with a Forest Watcher is the way to go. They think of everything. And even if they don't, they can improvise.
This is true.
I realized I was muted.
Does
the trial, Robin,
So?
have her light cone on?
How has everything been going for you?
Well, there's been some high points and low points, but we've had some unforgettable experiences along the way.
I see. Oh, in that case, you should try a Valberry. I bought some from the market this morning.
A valuable suggestion. Just don't bury your feelings using food.
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
Yeah, like his jokes.
I have a sudden craving for fruit tea. I'm gonna go fetch some stuff. Bye!
She sure made a run
Why are
for
you
it.
booing me? I hope you're booing Cyno. She made a run for it.
Unbelievable. She made a run for it.
So Kale chose the path of tactical retreat. Could it be she foresaw what shall soon come to pass? My dear friend, you know what I am about to say.
Not now.
Oh, drat. A flat-out rejection. But this isn't over. It's only a matter of time before I challenge you again. So be ready.
I legitimately hope that if you hit the Genius Invocation TCG option, that he just duels you. I hope that is something that actually happens. Because that means I wiggled my way out of it.
Ugh, this guy. Somebody make it stop.
Alright, alright. Birds chirping away, the soothing sound of running water. This is nice. no agenda, just to relax and enjoy myself.
We got a bite!
I'll reel it in.
I can sense the urgency.
Firewood, spices, snacks, and drinks. Everything's ready. Once Kale gets back, we can light up the fire and start grilling.
Me when the moon comes out to say hi. Oh man, I want to go glamping. I want to go glamping. This is so relaxing. It's just so nice to go camping with friends.
There are 3 tents. Which one do you two want to take?
How about the one on the left?
Whatever Paimon says.
Well, Paimon just thinks the ambiance here is a little better.
True. But it's also the closest to the water. If there are any sleepwalking fungi around tonight, they might stumble into your tent.
Or like that frog. Like that frog. When you go back to Firefly's hideout, it plays the Robin song. That's cute.
Well, that's no good. Take my weapon. You can use it to bar the entrance.
Anyone would think you were sealing the gates to King Deshret's mausoleum.
Excellent. Then this tent will be an impenetrable fortress.
I'm back! How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue? Always. Oh, it smells so good. Paimon's drooling.
Dueling.
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time to add the seasoning. How do you like your skewers? Well done? Medium? Rare?
Wait, what?
Rare.
Isn't that just for steaks?
Hey, if it works for steak, maybe it works for other things too.
Medium well for me.
Okay, these are about ready now then. It'll be a few more minutes for anyone who wants theirs well done.
Well, I'm gonna dig in.
Oh, that was so delicious. If Paimon's stomach had space, she'd eat 3 more skewers.
That's a thing in Japan. Just like raw chicken. I will not be trying that.
I ate a lot too. Here comes the food coma.
If you're tired, then go rest.
Wow,
You
Cyno
must
is
be
so
getting
me.
Sleepy too, Paimon. Why don't you guys head to your tents?
I just said I'm not
Anyone
gonna
will
do it.
clean up.
Tonight, I show you mercy. Our sacred duel will take place another day.
Good night.
Paimon's struggling to keep her eyes open.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, don't forget this. The Staff of the Scarlet Sands.
Wait, you were actually being serious about that?
It's a very powerful weapon. Try it.
I'm a sword user.
Paimon can't even lift that thing.
Fair enough. You sure you don't want it?
Yeah, Paimon's sure. We'll be fine. And even if we do get an uninvited guest in the night, Paimon will be here to take care of the traveler.
Me and my dull blade.
That reminds me of a parting king of invocations. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. But right now, it's time to
Free
rest.
Scarlet Sands.
Sleep well, and
Crazy
sweet dreams.
talk. Please? You just gotta deposit it right here. Right here. This camping trip has really relaxed me. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. Spare coochie,
I
ma'am.
think they should all be here. Traveler? Paimon? Are you in there? Could you come outside for a sec?
The frog is still
Look at
here.
this.
What the? What's this sword doing here? Is it supposed to keep out intruders?
Evidently.
Ugh. Huh? Who is it? Oh, what time do you call this?
Nighttime. Those voices. I recognize them.
Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah!
I'm going back to sleep.
Oh, hey them, Kave! What are you doing here? It's the middle of the night!
Huh? Why'd they come all the way out here? What's the anime tonight? I have no clue. Littlefoot claimed it and then just put, hello. His face. I mean, he's a little sleepy boy. Come on, cut him some slack.
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night, but we've got a situation on our hands.
Let's get dressed and talk about it outside.
Something has come up, and since it pertains to Cyrus and Cyno, I deemed it essential to inform you all.
Whoa, back up. Let's start from the beginning. Huh? Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here after I washed them. Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
They are, and so are the fruits.
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what Cyno's group was drinking last night.
Do tell. What were they drinking?
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was hosting a dinner for Cyno, Tighnari, Kale, and the Traveler and Paimon. Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that's what it was. It looked pretty good.
Sounds like they're all tangled up in this.
You know what it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus. He was asking for 10 million mora.
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit. The sages are probably dealing with the case by now.
I wonder what Sir Nephis and the others will make of it. Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter, too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern on it that I've never seen before. Really caught my eye.
Kave's got
Give
the
me a
right
sec,
idea.
I'll sketch it out for you.
Mr. Photographic Memory over here.
Okay, done. Take a look. You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows where the culprit got it from.
Interesting. These are all motifs associated with the tribes of the desert.
What? Really?
Take this, for instance. Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. And the crisscrossing and mirroring here. I recognize that too. It bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem, one that hasn't been used in a very long time.
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the Temple of Silence.
No, he's just a knower. That's just a thing that he knows.
After discussing it with each other, we both agreed that something didn't feel right, so we went looking for you. This was a long way to come from the city. Alhaitham figured you were probably with Tighnari, so Gandharvaville was our first stop. But the Forest Watchers told us that you'd gone camping. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Cyno. He said he was on a supply run. We exchanged a few words, and then he ran off.
Hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about? The Temple of Silence, you said? What is that? Should we be worried?
Is everything okay? Give me a second. Let me get Kale.
So you've never heard of the Temple of Silence? Well, to put it simply, it's an organization that has existed in Sumeru for over 1,000 years. These days, you can find a Temple of Silence office in the Academia. Theoretically, it's responsible for the custody and disposal of information and documents not fit for public dissemination. At least, that's what they tell the outside world. In truth, it's essentially a vestigial institution nowadays. There's an office with their name on it, but it's functionally obsolete. Historically speaking, the original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermanubis, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret and the greatest of all sages. Most of the organization's members hailed from the desert. By contrast, none of the Academia Temple's current members are from the desert region, nor do they use any symbols connected with the desert folk.
So the Temple of Silence at the Academia is just a fake? Wow.
It's possible. The real question is, why? My guess is they're covering something up.
So, how do you know all this? Sounds like some pretty top secret stuff.
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage, and kept the pay raise even after he resigned.
Oh, yeah! Paimon did totally forget about that. So you took the chance to read all the top secret documents while you were acting Grand Sage, huh?
If you're asking me whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would respond that that's a perfectly normal part of any job.
So much about this doesn't make sense. Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an Academia student to Cyrus? The student's only 16, and doesn't have any family ties to the desert. So where could he have seen that emblem, or gotten the paper?
You said you ran into Cyno, yes? Did you tell him what you've just told us?
Yep. He ran off as soon as he heard what we said.
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably halfway through solving the case by now. Still, we should try to catch up with him. At this hour of the night, Cyno will probably go looking for Cyrus at his current residence.
If the Academia's Temple of Silence really does exist just to cover up the truth, the sudden appearance of this emblem can't be good. It's sure to stir up trouble. We should pay a visit to the Academia.
Yes. As the Sage of Amorta, my master ought to know the truth about their office. You can ask him to tell you what he knows. The more information we have, the better prepared we'll be for whatever happens there.
If this situation is connected to the real Temple of Silence, the emblem has to be part of a bigger conspiracy.
Kale, could I trouble you to send a message to the Core of 30? Tell them to keep an eye out for Cyno and Cyrus. Traveler, Paimon, you two come with me. We'll go after Cyno.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Cyrus has been living in the city lately. He rented a place near the field so he can keep an eye on his tomato plants.
Then let's go look for him there.
Well, here's the twist we were looking for. Knock knock.
Here we are.
Nobody
This is
home.
the place.
Huh, we might be too late. Looks like nobody's home. Oh, Cyno moves fast. If he was here, he's probably long gone by now.
I know that voice. Is that Tainari I hear?
Ah! Professor Zahahadi!
Wow, so it really is you. My goodness, whatever is going on tonight?
We're looking for Cyno. So, he's already been here.
Yes, not long ago, in fact. He knocked on my door and asked if I'd seen Cyrus today at all. I told him the old fool left early this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back. So we went to his place, and would you believe it? He's gone. Goodness knows where to. It must have alarmed Cyno, because he took off in an awful hurry after that. He never did explain what this was all about. How serious is it?
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home... Oh, it sure doesn't sound good.
Professor, did you hear that a student recently tried to extort Cyrus?
Why, yes. When I left the house that day, I noticed he was watering his flowers in the field in complete silence. He had a piece of paper clutched in his hand, and he looked lost in thought.
That's why my water wasn't cold. I turned off the cooler.
I could tell something was troubling him, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. If Cyno hadn't happened to visit him that day, he'd probably still be holding on to that thing.
Why is this so lukewarm?
After seeing the letter, Cyno told him to contact the Corps of 30, but Cyrus was very reluctant. He claimed it would only damage his reputation. Eventually, he relented, after much persuasion from Cyno.
Huh? Cyrus didn't want to report it? Well, that's strange. When we saw him, he seemed pretty okay with the idea of the kid getting his just desserts.
As a former sage, it's possible Cyrus still has enemies at the Academia. That's why Cyno was so insistent that he report the matter to the authorities.
Oh, of course. Why would they give him such a boomy voice if he was innocent?
Back and forth over it.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going public. But why?
He only reported it to Cyno. Oh, he only reported it because Cyno forced him to. Which means Cyrus must know something about the Temple of Silence.
Oh dear, what on earth has that old fool gotten himself wrapped up in? Oh, I do hope he's not in danger. Oh, I almost forgot. Cyno left me this letter to pass on to you. He wrote it when he came by earlier. He realized you might come looking for him.
Thank you.
What does it say? Let Paimon take a look!
My friends, this is a rather complicated state of affair. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose more than that. I ask you to understand and accept that I had to act alone at this stage. Don't come after me.
My friends, this is a
Yep, that sounds like Cyno. Thank you, Professor. Please do not worry. We will do all we can to protect both Cyno and Cyrus. Traveler, Paimon, let's head to the Academia and regroup.
If you were gonna have Paimon read it in the first place, you shouldn't have shown me the piece of paper. MiHoYo and their dang ol' teleport waypoint placement. They're tricking me. Always tricking me.
You're here? I thought you were going after... Ah, I guess you lost their trail.
We went to Cyrus's house. No one was there. Cyno got there before us, but he was long gone by the time we arrived.
He didn't say where he was going?
No, he left us a letter and told us not to go after him.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Typical Cyno.
What do you mean,
Anyway,
typical?
Some updates on progress on our end. I drew the emblem from memory again, but in more detail this time.
Oh, that's pretty accurate.
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the general form and certain details were clear enough to confirm a match.
Yeah, and we're lucky we found anything at all. It turns out the emblem was all but lost to history. We scoured the entire Academia collection, and that book was the only one with a record of the motif.
You looked through every book.
Meanwhile, Arav managed to get Uraka to disclose his source. The one who told him about Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert. According to Uraka, he had a striking presence and was well educated.
I mean, they're both nerds, they would know. Would Kaveh, though? I don't feel like he'd read up on that much literature. He's got his, like, area of expertise. But not everything applies to that.
Apparently, the two
or
met in a
perhaps it's just
tavern
them, like,
over a
butting
game of
heads.
cards.
Or, not butting
The
heads,
guy claimed to be in the city for business as
two
part of
heads
a
are better than
merchant
one.
caravan.
Al Haytham's read the other half of books that he hasn't. Not only has he read most books, but he's notated them too. Oh, yeah. People were shit-talking him, weren't they?
Uraka was intrigued when he heard what his new acquaintance had
Sorry.
to say, and brought up the
It's been a
idea
while
of
since I've seen my
extorting Cyrus for
boyfriend.
Mora. The guy encouraged him to go ahead with it, then handed him some pen and paper to write the letter.
I see. So it could be that this person planted the paper intentionally.
So, how do we find this guy? Did Uraka say where he is?
He's
He
not
doesn't
human.
know.
He's
He claims not to have
superhuman.
seen him since that day in the tavern. The man gave him some tips on how to carry out the extortion, but from then on, Uraka was acting alone.
Actually, you know, I've had a thought. Now that I've made this mod to my controller, do you know what I want to do now? I would like to try this out playing retro games. Because, being totally real, this might end up being like one of my favorite D-pads if it feels nice actually playing a game.
Nephis and Arav have gone to meet the Core of 30 and review the city's entry and exit records. Also, Nephis admitted that the Temple of Silence in the Academia is just a facade. The true Temple of Silence once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the Academia, but as time went by, the sages gradually became corrupt and foolish.
I have some off-topic news to share with the class. Go on, send it away! If you've got enough for everybody, it's more than allowed.
The Temple of Silence felt that they could no longer trust the Academia and ended the partnership. They retreated back to the desert about 400 years ago. Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization and belief system. They traveled throughout Sumeru, sequestering and guarding any wisdom that posed a threat to the people's livelihoods. At its roots, it was a legitimate and reputable organization whose purpose was to guide people towards the right path.
The Academia of the day knew that the split would damage their reputation if it became a matter of public knowledge. And so, they set up a dummy organization of their own to conceal the truth.
Not only that, but they managed to keep up the charade for hundreds of years.
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence if they left centuries ago?
I'll bet that's the question that bothered Cyno. Probably why he went after him in such a rush.
Whoever is behind this, getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal in doing so was for Cyrus to see the emblem on the letter.
He must have recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to take care of the whole thing by himself. Unfortunately for him, Cyno had other plans.
Since the
Look
desert
at
is
Silver
where the
here with
Temple
the
of
big
Silence
brain.
originated, that is in all likelihood where Cyrus went.
Couldn't be me, though.
I have to go after him.
Really? Are you sure that's a good idea, with how you respond to the heat? Why don't we send someone else?
I should be fine, as long as I bring plenty of water. Besides, I just can't shake this ominous feeling that if we don't catch up to them soon...
Everyone, I have news from the Core of 30.
Master!
Oh, so that's Nafis, Tainari's master? Oh, we're finally getting to meet him in person.
I am smart and media literate. Don't get me wrong, but Genshin has the most obvious story beats type writing. Understandable. Hello.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler in Paimon.
My dude's got 30/30 vision. What a fucking nerd.
Several independent eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra Cyno leaving the city at different times. Both were heading in the direction of Caravan Rebat. I was going to suggest that you join forces with the Core of 30 in this case. However, as I'm sure you've already heard from all Hatham and
I was
Corbin,
gonna say the
the
same
Temple of
thing.
Silence is involved.
Ridiculous.
The Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history that I am ashamed to talk about. It may well be that no better choice was available to them, but those actions are nonetheless a stain on our legacy. I won't attempt to make you understand the Academia's perspective. Now is the time for action.
He's hungry. Go chow
I
down.
understand where you're coming from, Master. But I'm afraid the situation might be more complicated than we thought. I think we need to keep a low profile, or risk making things worse.
Okay, Deem. Okay. And the results? They were nice, right?
Good point. If Cyrus is involved with the other side, or worse, if he's fallen into their hands, and... Everyone, we have to get Cyrus and Cyno back safely. We cannot afford to lose them.
Need our help? Whatever you need, we got you covered.
Really? Wonderful. You have my most sincere gratitude. Arav and I will continue to follow up on the lead from Uraka. Kaveh, Scribe Al-Haytham, I'd like to ask you to cover the duties of the House of Dana.
Wow. Pushed on to work.
Tainari, you are planning to go into the desert, correct?
I am. Kaveh, I'll be okay. You stay behind to help Master and Al-Haytham.
Well, if you're sure... Okay. But be careful.
Thank you all. Arav, let's go.
You'd better get moving. Don't forget to ask for help when you need it.
Will do. Let's go, Tainari. Hopefully we can catch up with Cyno before it's too late.
Knowing him, he's probably covered a fair distance already. But we still have a shot. Let's take it.
Okay, we made it to Caravan Rebat. Where should we go next? Maybe we should ask the nearby guards if they've seen anything.
Hold on. Look over there.
Is that Dia?
Yo!
You sure you want to brave the desert alone? I mean, it's your choice at the end of the day, but still.
It's not my first time. I'll be
And
fine.
Candace!
Cyno.
If you're really going to go...
Okay,
through
I lied.
this,
She's been on the
then at
screen
least take our
3
advice.
times.
When you're packing for your trip, budget for 5 days more than you plan to spend out there.
Makes sense. Okay, I'll go get ready.
Thought we might find you here. You're trying to retrace Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Oh, sorry, Remington. If you want to farm with us, it is going to happen pretty soon. Probably, like, as soon as we get done with this next bit of dialogue.
Didn't I tell you not to come after me? I thought I had a good lead on you.
Well, sorry, but we never agreed to that. Why would you go off on your own like this?
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation. And I'd rather not involve anyone else if I can help it.
Takes a special kind of person to get Cyno chasing them all the way out to Caravan Rebot. But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Why can't you reveal his name? Is he Sumeru's most wanted or something? Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
Yeah. Got a text back saying thank you for being honest with me. And it's not like he hasn't noticed, but he struggles to not see me as a little girl he raised. Hoping to have a proper conversation with him over dinner, because I know he loves me enough to not want to continue causing me pain through the misgendering. Progress, my friends! Honestly, these are the strides we strive to have.
Dia and Candace! So nice to see you. Actually, seeing all of our friends is the whole reason we're here.
You're looking well. Glad to see it.
Thanks.
Candace and I came to Caravan Rebot on business. We ran into Cyno as he was asking about some elderly gentleman's whereabouts. Some people say they saw him. Guess he stood out as an older guy heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow and very few supplies. That's gotta be one heck of a story there.
Cyno, it's okay if you can't tell us anything about the case, but let us know how we can support you. We're here to help however you need. The more people we have working on this, the quicker we'll be able to find the person you seek.
No, it's not that simple. If I'm right, I'll be doing
Get that
everything we can
recharge,
to avoid
Dean.
us.
We spoke with Zaha Hadid. From what she said, it's pretty clear that he wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find him in the desert when he's deliberately trying to cover his tracks.
Sounds like this is far more complex than we imagined.
Still, if he started from Caravan Rebot, the chances are that his route took him past our village. You may as well ask if anyone there has seen him.
My thanks to you both. Once this is resolved, I will find a way to repay you.
Ah, come on. No need to get all serious. Just buy a round of drinks next time we're all in the city or something.
That's a deal.
All right, so, you all set?
Yes, we'll handle it from here. Thank you again for your help. I don't take it for granted.
All right, then we'll leave you to it. Just remember, if you change your mind and need some reinforcements, we'll be here.
And don't think you'd be imposing. You can depend on us.
Don't worry, we'll keep him out of trouble.
Forgot how mommy Candace is.
Cyno should count himself lucky that the Traveler and Tainari got here when they did. What was he thinking, trying to play the lone hero?
The desert tests the character of all who enter it, and only those with wisdom and courage shall prevail. But take heart. With his companions by his side, no harm will come to Cyno.
9 minutes until usual Fram time. I don't think I can squeeze out any more of this quest. Instead, I still need to figure out my build situation.
This realm.
That's what I gotta do.
If you ever have.
What you say is probably not gonna be congruent with my thinking. Well, of course it's not. That's not what I meant by that. I'm fine with building the support characters. I need somebody that doesn't have a useless ass domain.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
What does useless domain mean?
I can't
Like,
promise you'll like what you
noblesse. It's, you know, 50-50 shot of getting noblesse or getting bloodstained. Bloodstained's not gonna benefit anybody. I want golden domains, like going over to Emblem. That's what I want. I'm gonna go back in here. Why don't you just continue doing a DPS domain and strongbox the supportive ones? See, that's the thing. Nobody's on my radar. Like, Candace has stuff already. I don't really want to mess with Kaya. I don't want to mess with Jumming just yet. I could go for Lynette, but I don't know what she takes yet. Could go for Kaveh, but I'm not interested just yet.
I wonder.
Not really. But I could have given this more thought instead of just bouncing it off of you guys. But it completely left my brain once I got off of stream. Let's see. Beto goes off of Emblem? Really? Well, because I also don't feel like perfecting any of my characters. Which, I mean, like, if you want to get real, they're not really that bad. I'm not unsatisfied with a lot of my... Oh. Monday? It's Tuesday. I gotta remember that. Sorry, Tainari. I didn't mean it. But most of my character builds, I think, are perfectly fine. I don't really want to go back and do anything, and most of my characters don't have a new best in slot. It's not volatile like it is in Star Rail.
I created another universe.
Okay, Beto. You've already got some talents. You've already got some stuff going on. I know I have a lot of Emblem lying around. You could farm for Clarend if you're willing. I don't know we don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her, I'll say. There's no Electro for this. I guess we got the Circlet already. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, what about the rest? Attack Sands or an ER Sands. And then we just want typical DPS nonsense going on with it. You have a sandwich now, by the way? What's cooking on the sandwich? Is that a... What is that? What is Akuamaru? Tuna salad with the salt and vinegar chips inside? Chips on the inside? You're insane. Also, what is this? I act like I do not see it. Inazuma craftable? What am I here for? Oh, I'm here for a blacksmith. Oh, that is a craftable. If you tell me this is a fishing weapon... Akuamaru. It's oh! It's a weapon banner weapon. Fuck you. So I have 0 of Beto's best weapons. Part of the Moon series? I guess so. I mean... Is anybody actually using the fish? Thank you, Genshin, for kicking me out of my own menu. She's already got the fish. Electro damage bonus. Oh my god! Stop! Fuck, Genshin, you're stupid right now. Let me think in peace.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Yeah, clearly not allowed. Holy smokes. Does any Candace? No, hers are leveled up. Okay. Mika. What team are you using Beto in? Not even a thought in my mind.
Wait.
She'll go with Sucrose. No consumables
Navigating
found.
the world is a whole lot easier with a few
Okay,
different
great.
identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
I'm pretty sure the artifacts I looked at here had... Nah, just a little bit. I can tell you that I will never use her in a Dendro team. EM is Elemental Mastery. It's a stat that increases the efficacy of reactions. Reactions are things like swirl, freeze, vaporize. It's basically any interaction between the elements.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Let's see here.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
Attack versus EM Sands. When using Aggravate, some Electro characters like Kuching, Lisa, Lakuki, and Fischl may see damage increases or similar output with EM Sands over Attack Sands. They have low talent percentage, scaling hit per... Da, 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 da. Beto's not the case. Attack is better 99% of the time.
Whatever.
The 1% being teams where Beto triggers transformative reactions. Beto's comparatively much larger talent percent scalings, which makes increasing her raw damage through attack sands more worthwhile. That being said, Aggravate is still a good reaction for Beto. You just do not build specifically for it.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Sleepy's disappeared. And if I pair Beta with Sucrose, regardless, that gives her EM anyway.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
This guide is...
Wait.
Still telling you to prioritize crit and attack over EM. EM on here is... the afterthought. And EM Sans isn't even in consideration on any of these builds.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
I should save my condense for that day that I go to the weapon domain, actually. Jabum be smart.
Get with me!
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humble. Silence.
I just somehow dry fired 2 sets of orbs? Hello?
Out of my way! Go!
Allow me.
Settle down. Silence.
That's a little bit ridiculous. Sleepy, it said he declined the invite. Something might have happened.
Get with me!
Bow your head. Silence. Let the mighty be humble.
Lightning Sheriff!
If you can find me some resource I can look at, so I can wrap my head around it, I'll change course. 'Cause I don't think I have very many emblem artifacts that have EM on them.
Settle down. Bow your head. Be sanctified. Settle down.
I don't like it when I hit my controller on my desk or anything like that. I'm like, dude, there's gonna be a gash in it.
You're gonna get injured.
The time beckons.
Sleepy's back.
Bow your head.
Out of my way! Our bond is strong.
So beta specifically doesn't work with Hyper Bloom. But that's all people are talking about in recent regards to EM. I might have to go to threads that are older. What are you looking for? Silver's suggesting that I have my eye on some elemental mastery for Beto, but so far with all the resources I'm looking at to try to help me out here, everybody is just suggesting that you focus on her attack scaling and crits, and only suggesting EM if you're going for aggravate. But even then, one of these in-depth guides are like, don't really build for aggravate specifically. Because the only team I can think of in my head right now is, like, pairing Beto with, like, Fischl and what's-her-face? Sucrose. So at that point, it's probably just 4-star extraordinaire team.
Looks like the situation has changed again.
I don't see myself using Beto in any Dendroth stuff. Period. I don't think my Beto's ever going to be the one doing the reactions, though. She's going to be off-field all the time.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
If we're gonna test Beto, you guys, tell me what you want me to do. Feel like that if the new gotcha game Wuthering Waves takes enough of the fan base that Genshin starts giving rewards like Star Rail. It's not gonna do anything. Wuthering Waves is gonna make 0 dent in Genshin.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
It's like what happened with Tower of Fantasy. See, here's the thing. People were streaming the Tower of Fantasy beta, and it actually blew my mind that they were going out like that, because it looked not great. The 30 minutes I spent watching somebody basically boiled down to them climbing up this one humongous flat building and doing nothing.
By royal decree. Eyes on me. Stand clear. Animal hyperstasis emulation. Wings of darkness.
Come, Silva.
Animal test 6308.
No rest for the wicked.
Absorption test.
Take it easy.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Swirl, Mark 2. Stand clear.
Still think it's funny when people think something would be bigger than Genshin. Yeah, I'm not there on the wavelength. I'm really not. That was 6 hundo EM. Okay. But it's also wild to me that the players of Genshin that are still here, like the casual players, they come back for like 2 seconds every single time anyway. They'll come back when a character interests them, or if something happens to catch their eye, which is usually just a character. They come, they go. That's the cycle of Genshin for them. The people who are here, we're already big chillin'. And a good portion of us that are actually kind of moderately sane are like, yeah, I don't know if I can do like a 5th gacha game.
No rest for the...
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day! Absorption test! Animal test 6308! I summon! Get behind me!
I didn't pay attention to the time. Does anybody know what the difference was? Because I could say that this second one felt better, but I could also be gaslighting the world right now. That was still EM? Okay. Could have also been the grouping of the enemies too. So we had like a just above 1 minute clear now that we have the normal loading time. Oh, we're switching artifacts. Okay, so I'll have to compensate for that in my head. Yeah, I know. I don't know why they do that.
As you wish,
Like, why don't we just start counting it once we hit the actual
no rest for the wicked.
start domain button?
You're running cold. Allow me.
Oh, that went nowhere.
No rest for the...
Oh, 113? We'll try it again. I feel like we're just looking for healing bonus on that. He was upset yesterday because he got banned from this one game for spending too much? Nuh-uh. False. They don't turn away the big spenders.
Take it easy.
My royal decree! Animal test 6308! Wings of darkness! Come! Stand clear! To ashes! Swirl! Mark 2!
No rest for the wicked.
Animal test 6308!
I don't know, I'm kind of skeptical.
You're running cold. Allow me.
Run was a little bit better. Okay.
Take it easy.
I think I'll just stay course then. Do I actually have... How many artifacts do I even have to give away? And also... Chevris... And who else was it? Farzan? I'll need to see what substats they want. Oh god, I got no problem, Lyra. Thanks for stopping back in. Thanks for the help. Animo damage? Next guide, please. You really put animo damage on her? You do? What? Recharge. And do I have an extra Favonius bow for her? Now keep in mind for team building, since you also have Sucrose Eamshire, Beto can snapshot.
Good roll.
So I have to
Alright,
make
maybe I'll take
sure
one more day off and
that
knock out the rest of the work once
Sucrose
I'm
is
feeling
doing
up
her
to it.
thing before I act as Beto. Is that what I'm getting from this? See... Build for tenacity if you have C6? This is the kind of thing that makes me mad. Noblesse if you're C1 or C0. Build tenacity if you have C6.
What could the children be up to? Never mind.
But it also says
Let them do
prioritize
as they
building
please.
ER over artifact sets. Yeah, I think Sucrose would be my on-fielder, especially since she has sack frags. She's got a lot of freedom
I
to
got a
just
new letter from an informant.
throw
Looks
bullshit.
like the situation has changed again.
Okay, so I'm still kind of deterred from building Faruzan, if I'm being totally honest. Noblesse for Chevris. And a very simple stack HP. I don't think I have any of that lying around, if I'm being real. Also, is there one... When was
Good
this
roll.
updated?
All right, maybe I'll take one more day
Has
off
anybody actually
and
tested
knock out the
Song
rest
of Days
the work
Past?
once I'm feeling up to it.
You should test a Faruzan on your Animo team and see how bad her energy issues really are. The thing here, it says with 2 Animo characters, other than Faruzan, you need like 220. If you have 1 Animo, you need like 290.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You
It's
have
just
my
Yunjin or Shenhe
undivided
with less
attention.
procs. Doobada-dabada-doo. Updated for 4.3. That's... We ain't there yet. Song versus Noblesse. Enjoy the lurk, Sleepy. I appreciate you. Does that mean we're skipping out on your farming, personally, Sleepy? Or are you gonna be back?
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Honestly, getting more Song of Days Past, I'm not too opposed to that, actually. But I don't think many of these are really a go.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
And I could still craft another set of this. Like teammates specifically? Who knows? I still don't know how Clarend works. Just know that she's Electro. So potentially her. I don't... The options... Not that bountiful. If I'm being honest. I doubt Cyno would ever work like that. I don't know when I would use Raiden Shogun with her unless it was shenanigans that somebody tells me to do.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from.
How do you clean Crocs?
For you?
If I were cleaning my Crocs, I'd be using Castile soap and a toothbrush. Why am I hovering Rosaria? We would actually... We'd probably want ER.
Good roll. All right, maybe
I'll
take
do
one
this
more day off.
in the off
Knock out
chance
the
that
rest
I
of the work
actually
once you're
get
feeling
more
up to it.
Favonius someday. This one has ER. This is N HP Sands. This is N HP Goblet with
Staring
ER.
into my eyes is ill-advised.
And this
I
is
can't
N
promise
HP
you'll
Circlet
like what
with
you see.
ER.
Navigating the world is a
Or
whole
I
lot
could
easier with a few
deviate
different
and
identities to
do
choose from. Need me
offset
to come up with some for you?
healing bonus again.
Yeah.
Except none of them have ER. Well. I don't have any Favonius to give to her. If I do anything, it's going to be that
Everlasting as
craftable.
the moon.
This is why I'm 4-star phobic. Hold on. That's where that assumption comes from.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Gotta take some medicine and lay down for a bit. Getting a migraine. I hope you feel better. If I see you soon, hype. If I don't see you again tonight, I'll see you the next time. Scratch the frankness, can I be so real, bestie? As long as you're not gonna call something that I do fucking stupid again, fine. Because I'm not gonna lie, that hurt my feelings a little bit last time. See, there's a difference between being mean and critical. And like, I'm not gonna turn this into a thing. I just want to say, like, my little piece here. I have, God forbid how many fucking characters. I don't want to think about them all. And it's just checking off a checklist now at this point. I mean, Chevrolet is an exception. She is probably going to be important later. But, like, a lot of these characters are redundant or downgrades. Yo, what's up, Sleepy?
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
These bombs, so heavy.
Part of the decision making is rooted in over a year of 4-star phobia jokes. And even if what I say, my opinion, is true to an extent, and that there are downgrades of other characters, if there comes an abyss where having two types of teams of similar types is a thing, so like if I needed Kazuha on one, and I'd be like, oh, Kazuha would be really good on the second one, and my Sucrose is there to pick up the slack, that's great. That's also why I'm being picky about which 4 stars I want to actually go for right now. Like a second shielder? I don't trust any of my other shielders. So Diona's probably somewhere up next on the list too.
Benny's adventure team, a sip! Take it easy. Take it easy. Transfixed. Things are about to get dicey. This is where you fall.
Huh? I just tried to mark that thing twice. Does it just not work on Whopper flowers? What was that? Can we do Arlecchino Plunge? Do you want me to use mine or Silver if you want to use yours?
Oh, ow! Where did that come from? Yeah!
Does Arlecchino do good damage when plunging? We're about to find out.
Overruled. Shadows of fate. Make way for the Adeptus. Written in the stars. Decided by...
Hey,
Laid bare. Do not tempt fate.
what the?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Why do you work now?
The hearth.
What is going on with my Arlecchino?
Yeah, I'm going in. I hear the children singing.
I'm also... I think I'm misremembering. I think Arlecchino's not allowed to get healing, period, in combat. In my head, I'm like, oh yeah, she just can't have Bond of Life. That is not how that mechanic works.
Why do they never miss? Make way for the Adeptus.
Okay, I'm gonna go revive my Arlecchino, and I'm gonna go attack something again.
Weather is not bad today.
I need to figure out what's wrong. Yeah, I'll switch to John Lee so I don't get toasted.
Transfixed.
You have a mark. Okay, you gave me Bond of Life. That why 2 fights in a row over there? I couldn't get any stacks. Choose Wat. What's going on? I'm my brain is like in 2 right now. I'd be mulling over how I want to build people in Genshin right now. And I just had a problem where I couldn't get Arlecchino to do her thing. Was your bond too low? See, that's the thing. I waited. I set the skill down. I waited. I used Bennett for a while. I came back. I did a charged attack, and I got nothing. We won't kill the seals. Those blubber beasts are safe and sound. Oh, I've pre-gamed my Bond of Life, so we're cool now.
Order guide you.
Stray cloud
Solidify.
Whoa! Let's light it up.
Did you see that?
I will have order.
Would you kill seals for primos? Have and will.
Make way for the Adeptus.
Have and will.
Transfix skyward.
Well, it was like a 100,000 something plunge. It was pretty exciting. Also, you're watching in 140p? Look at the Pixel Man waving his arms! I'm sure the encoder really liked that one.
Stray clouds converge.
Solidify. This is order.
Everybody skyward back. Off we go.
110? 90? 90?
Off we go.
The speed at which Arlecchino attacks normally kind of outclasses the plunge, but it's still nice to look at. It is real nice to look at.
Skyward.
Order guide you.
Make way for the Adeptus. Let's light it up. Skyward. What must go on?
His shield doesn't go down? Why?
Transfix.
This is order.
Also, enjoy the lurk, Soul. I appreciate you.
Skyward.
Everything is teleporting. I can't see damage numbers.
My mechanical master.
This is terrible. On behalf of absolutely nobody, I would like to apologize.
Laid bare.
I was frozen for 30 seconds. Pain and suffering. Cryo gunner with the chicken strips while it's raining. And you know what else is offensive? I genuinely was using pyro attacks on him, and the last like 10% of his armor just wouldn't budge. I'm gonna chalk this all up to Genshin Impact being weird. Weird and funky.
Order guide you.
Are you gonna play Wind Trace with us? Can we actually queue up together?
Make way for the Adeptus.
Oh yeah, plunge.
Skyward. Off we go.
This is
Teamwork
order.
is dreamwork. Huh. Seize
Stabilize.
the skies. Scatter. Skyward.
See, I can't see my own damage numbers anymore. I just want to look-see. I didn't know you couldn't before. Maybe I'm just complaining about all the other minigames? I feel like I remember not being able to play with my friend when Wind Trace was first around.
Violet grass is a plant that enjoys a moist environment.
Shut up. Not in the mood, Mr. John.
Overruled. Everybody
will
stand
have
back.
order.
Make way for the Adeptus. Skyward.
But if we can genuinely play Wind Trace together, I'm here for it. I don't even care if you can't get the rewards.
Adventure time.
Though also huge if true. How dare you say that to Zhongli? I've known this man for like over 3 years. I've heard everything he's got to say. He's got no more new stories. Now, Nouvellette, I'll listen to this man yap for the next 6 months. No complaints.
Transfixed.
This is
The
order.
skies. Yeah.
Stabilize.
Yeah.
I revoke your Zhongli license? You can't do that. If you can listen and record yourself listening to Zhongli talk about how boats in Liyue were something, 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 or that osmanthus wine tastes the same as he remembers, but where are those who share the memories? Those lines back to back, 10 hours. I'll let you revoke my license. Wonder if Zhongli is one of your most played characters? Maybe.
I will have order.
He just might. Because he is my de facto shielder.
Let's light it up. Seize the sky. Go. Everybody stand back. Skyward. Laid bare.
Oh, you got that child brain rot? Never mind, you're too far gone. You are too far gone. Are we going to Sliver's world? Have a build idea for you? Lay it on me. You're not too far gone? I don't know. I think you just like boys. Physical, Crescent Pike, Zhongli. If they give us actual artifact slots for loadouts, I will entertain it. I will entertain it. What would you guys like me to play? Opinion on building Traveler? I think Traveler's really clunky. That's why I don't do it. Though that one time you suggested some Hydro Traveler nonsense, and then I took him to 90, and then you went, just kidding. I was kind of devastated.
Off we go.
Mm-hmm. Real events. You finished building the child? Are we proud of the build? Is he gonna cook? C6 child versus all of Abyss. More accurate child.
Everybody stand back.
Oops. Sorry about my energy.
I am the cutting edge of fashion. Teamwork is dreamwork. Take cover.
This is order.
This is order.
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Order guide you.
Get out of here. Take cover. Everybody stand back.
Moments of birth.
Delicate as silk. Out of the way.
Stabilize.
Jade Cutter is almost a look for Chiori. What would you do when Star Rail co-op? That sounds maddening. Having, like, control over one character in the turn order or whatever. Coordinating some combos would be kind of difficult. It's kind of like being a part of a body, a singular body, and each person can like have their own type of control, but when you're not in sync, it can lead to like some weird power struggle.
I am the cutting edge of fashion. Adventure time.
Feel this ancient power. Come into being.
Order guide you.
After all these years, for Mr. Albedo, I continually only ever hear him say, "Come into P."
Live, witness my great undertaking.
Stabilize.
You've memorized all of his lore, and just think about it. There's still definitely a decent chunk that we haven't learned about him yet. Also, my back is like... I say my back, but my back muscles are still freaking sore. It's crazy. Opinions on Cells at Work? I like Cells at Work. I did not like Code Black. It was not well executed enough for me. Hey, Shadow. How is it going? I hope you're doing well. How does one stretch out a back? I need somebody to like just take my appendages and hit me with a like flattening. I'm not doing too bad. I'm not doing too bad.
If you really like standing around like this, then why don't you just model?
Massage dono reward.
I'll design some wonderful clothes for you.
If I got a massage, I think, even though people complain about it being like somebody's breaking your body, I think I would go for a deep tissue massage. We need to get like a hard reset on my tissue.
This is order.
Adventure time.
Stabilize.
Oh, they're doing weird grouping things.
Moments of burst.
Delicate as silk.
I will have order. Solidify.
Everybody stand back. Get out of here. Take cover. Scrap the toe. Scatter.
I wasn't paying. I'm never patient enough for the second use of Bennett's burst during this.
Light it up.
Yeah, it went down and then immediately it was just gone. But I guess if I did it right then I wouldn't have my burst for the second or the subsequent clear.
Delicate as silk. Teamwork. Let's go, Toronto. Out of the way. Off we go. Adventure time.
Order guide you.
Scrap some color. Scatter. I'm going in. Delicate as silk. Light it up.
Stabilize. Great undertaking.
Everybody stand back.
I will have order.
Get out of here. Take cover. Scatter.
Gather.
Lend me a hand. Let's light it up.
I'm gonna put him stickers on a phone case somehow. Oh shoot, did you respond to me when when we were talking about that earlier? Did I miss it? Did you say if your phone case was clear or if you just wanted to like put it on it? I'm gonna buy a clear one. I just didn't know how to go about doing it. Yeah, so what you can do if you have a clear one, just get your phone case. That way it's not on the outside. You don't even have to like necessarily peel them off. If you want to, since it's the sticker sheet, you can go in with like a craft knife and go along where they're cut out. And when you have the stickers isolated, just plop them on the inside of the case. Put your phone back in. And you now have an accessorized phone case. And you haven't actually used the adhesive of the sticker. So if you ever decide to move it and put it somewhere else, you still have the option. And you don't have the danger of it wearing off on the outside. Or peeling or whatever. They wouldn't shake around? Mm-mm. If it's a case made for the phone that you have, it's gonna be perfectly fine. That's what I used to do with my other cases, because I would get clear, like really thin clear ones before I switched over to using leather cases. Oh, late. Who's streaming? Oh, it's trailer time. Oh, Lynette? Oh, and it's her character demo. Okay, so it's the character demos are the The character demos are the ones with the 3D animations, yeah?
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. I can see the conditions for victory now.
Am I making this up in my head, or was there speculation about Linny and Lynette being
After the sun goes down,
one character?
The desires hidden in people's hearts
In
will
terms of
rise
kid.
to the surface. Let the magic begin! Let me take the heat.
Why don't you let me take the stage? Yes, take me with you.
Evening shows are spectacular.
She looks good with a hat
Should I
on.
reserve a ticket for you?
Is there another? Is it gonna be Linny's? Hey. Yeah! I think I've seen Linny's, but it's so cool.
Magic is an art of performance. But
I
before the
honestly do
performance
like
begins, a little
the
preparation is needed.
kaleidoscope-like effects. They always have my attention because the focal point's the middle of the screen most of the time. And it's just, aw, pretty. Like this? Yeah, dude.
Which is real, and which is an illusion? Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent.
If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Oh no. Oh. We're It's not really hitting me that Fontaine is almost wrapping up its time in the spotlight. That's a weird feeling because it doesn't. Again, it could just be that I haven't done everything yet, but it. It feels like it shouldn't be over yet. It doesn't feel like it should be over yet. Oh, I can't be looking at that. All right, everybody that plays Star Rail, off the table right now, unless your boy get spoiled. Okay, friends. That's all I got today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. I think I'll play some Persona. I think I'll actually play some Persona this time. I'll go corral Littlefoot for some anime. I'm assuming we'll be watching episode 2 of that one show, but we shall find out. All right, friends. Let's get the show on the road. Love you. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Let's go give Burner some love. Mr. Bungerman, here I come.